The driver stopped talking the second we passed the broken mile marker. I noticed it because his cigarette slipped from his fingers and landed near the pedals. He didn't pick it up. The old bus kept groaning up the mountain road while rain dragged across the windows in long silver lines. Outside, the hills looked dead, just black trees, wet stone, empty fog. Inside the bus, there were only 4 passengers left. An old woman asleep near the back. A man holding a sack of something that smelled rotten. A teenage boy with headphones who hadn't looked up once in 3 hours. And me. The driver kept staring ahead. His knuckles had turned pale against the steering wheel. I leaned forward slightly. "You okay?" For a moment, I thought he didn't hear me. Then he cleared his throat. "You saw that marker." I looked back through the wet glass, but the road behind us had already vanished into darkness. "No," I said. "What about it?" The driver swallowed slowly. "That marker shouldn't be there anymore." The windshield wipers dragged back and forth with a tired squeal. The bus lights flickered once. Not enough to scare anyone. Just enough to make the shadows move. I checked my phone again. No signal. I hadn't had any for almost an hour. The driver gave a quiet laugh, though nothing about it sounded amused. "You're heading to Belcross, right?" "Yeah." "You won't get there tonight." Something about the way he said it made my stomach tight. Not dramatic. Not threatening. Just certain. I looked outside again. Rainwater crawled down the glass like veins. "What do you mean?" He hesitated. Then he reached under the dashboard and pulled out an old folded map. Not a phone map. Paper. The edges were yellow and soft from age. He placed it beside me without taking his eyes off the road. "Look near the North Hills." I unfolded it carefully. The map smelled old, damp somehow. Near the center, above the highway lines, there was a thin road twisting through the mountains. Red ink circled it. Black Hollow Road. But something felt wrong immediately. The road didn't connect properly to anything. It just disappeared into the hills. I frowned. "I don't get it. You ever hear of a town called Vale?" I shook my head. "Most people haven't." The bus hit a pothole hard enough to shake the ceiling. The sleeping old woman woke briefly, looked around in confusion, then closed her eyes again. The driver lowered his voice. 20 years ago, that road led there." Another flicker from the overhead lights. The teenager finally looked up from his headphones. Just for a second. Then back down again. I stared at the map. "There's no town here now." "Exactly." His answer came too fast. Like he'd been waiting for me to notice. Rain hammered harder above us. The forest outside looked thicker now, closer to the road. I could barely see 10 feet ahead. "What happened to the town?" The driver rubbed his jaw slowly. "No one agrees." That was the first moment I considered getting off the bus at the next stop. But there hadn't been a stop in almost 90 minutes. Only forest. Only mountains. Only that endless road cutting through black hills. The driver continued before I could ask another question. "Some people say a landslide buried it. Others say a chemical spill poisoned the water." He paused. "Old folks around here say something else." I waited. He glanced at me through the mirror. "They say the town still exists." A cold feeling crept slowly into my chest. Not fear exactly. More like the feeling of hearing footsteps behind you when you know nobody's there. I forced a laugh. "And the road vanished." "That's the strange part." He nodded toward the map. "New maps don't show it anymore. GPS doesn't either." "Then how are we driving near it?" "We're not supposed to be." The words settled heavily inside the bus. Even the engine suddenly sounded quieter. I looked toward the passengers. The old woman was awake again now, watching us, not blinking. The sack in the other man's lap twitched slightly. I told myself it was only the movement of the bus. Still, I looked away. The driver kept speaking softly. 5 years ago, another driver took this route during a storm. He licked his lips nervously, said he saw headlights behind him on Black Hollow Road. But there's no road. That's what he thought. Thunder rolled somewhere deep in the hills. Not loud. Far away. The kind of sound that vibrates through your chest more than your ears. What happened to him? The driver didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowed the bus slightly. Ahead, the fog thickened across the asphalt like smoke. Then I saw it. A rusted sign, half hidden among weeds near the roadside. Black Hollow Road. 4 miles. My chest tightened. The sign looked ancient. Bent sideways. Covered in moss. Like it had been abandoned for decades. The driver noticed my face. You see why I dropped the cigarette now. I stared back through the wet glass as we passed the sign. The road beside it was barely visible. Just a narrow path disappearing into trees. No lights. No markings. Nothing. Yet somehow I knew it was there. I could feel it. Like standing near a deep hole in the dark. The bus became silent. Even the teenager had removed his headphones completely now. The old woman whispered something under her breath. A prayer, maybe. Then the man holding the sack finally spoke. His voice sounded dry and cracked. Don't stop the bus. Every hair on my arms lifted. The driver nodded once. I know. I looked at the man. He kept staring forward. His sack moved again. This time definitely from inside. A slow shifting motion. I opened my mouth to ask what was inside it. Then the bus lights died completely. Darkness swallowed everything. For 2 full seconds, there was only rain and engine noise. Someone breathed sharply behind me. The old woman began muttering prayers faster now. Then the lights returned, dimmer than before. And when they did, the road outside had changed. The highway was gone. Now we were surrounded by trees on both sides. Dense woods pressing close against the bus windows. Branches scraped against metal with long whining sounds. The driver's face had gone pale. No, he whispered. No, no, no. I sat up straight. What happened? But deep down, I already knew. We had turned somewhere, or something had changed around us. The driver grabbed the wheel tighter. We missed the highway. How? There's only one turn up here. He looked at me in the mirror again, and this time I saw actual fear in his eyes. We're on Black Hollow Road. The words hit the bus like cold water. The old woman started crying quietly. The teenager stood up suddenly. Turn around. I'm trying. The driver spun the wheel slightly. Nothing happened. The road ahead continued straight between endless trees. No space to turn. No side roads. No lights behind us anymore either. Just darkness swallowing the road we came from. Rain faded slowly until only the sound of tires remained. That was somehow worse, because now I could hear other things. Soft noises outside. Movement between trees. Not animals. Footsteps. Matching the speed of the bus. The man with the sack closed his eyes tightly. I told you not to stop. I didn't, the driver snapped. Then his voice weakened. It brought us here. The temperature inside the bus dropped hard enough for my breath to fall. Ahead, deep within the forest road, I saw something faint through the mist. Lights, warm yellow lights. Far away. A town. The driver saw them too. And the second he did, he whispered something I'll never forget. That place burned down 20 years ago. The lights in the distance never moved. That was the first thing I noticed. No flicker from passing cars. No shadows crossing windows. No sign of life at all. Just warm yellow lights sitting quietly in the middle of the hills, like the town was waiting for us. The bus rolled slowly down the narrow road, while tree branches scraped along both sides. Nobody inside spoke anymore. The old woman had stopped praying. Now she just stared ahead with wet eyes. The teenage boy stood frozen beside his seat, breathing through his mouth like he didn't want to smell the air anymore. And the man holding the sack kept whispering something under his breath. The driver leaned closer to the windshield. I've never gotten this far before. I looked at him sharply. Before. His eyes stayed fixed on the road. I saw the turn once, 10 years ago. His voice sounded distant, but the road disappeared before I reached it. The bus slowed again. The town ahead became clearer through the fog. Small houses, wooden fences, telephone poles leaning slightly sideways. Everything looked old, not ruined, not abandoned, just untouched, like time had stopped there years ago. I noticed something else too. No lights inside the houses moved. No curtains shifted. No dogs barked. Nothing. The silence felt wrong. Even the rain had stopped. The bus finally entered the town, beneath an old wooden sign hanging crooked above the road. Vale. Some of the letters had faded away. The driver's hands trembled against the wheel. God. The engine suddenly died. The bus rolled another few feet before stopping completely in the center of the empty street. Nobody moved. Outside, pale fog drifted slowly between the houses. The streetlights glowed weakly above us, humming softly. Then the teenage boy broke first. Nope. He grabbed his backpack and rushed toward the bus door. Open it. The driver hesitated. You sure? Open the damn door. The driver pressed the switch. The folding doors hissed apart. Cold air spilled inside immediately. Not winter cold. Deeper than that. Still cold. Like air trapped underground for years. The boy jumped out onto the street and started walking fast toward the nearest house. I watched him disappear into the fog. Then everything became quiet again. 10 seconds passed. 20. Then he screamed. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just one short sound filled with confusion. The old woman covered her mouth instantly. The driver stood up so fast his seat creaked. What happened? Nobody answered. The scream had already ended. The street outside stayed empty. I felt my heartbeat climbing slowly into my throat. The driver looked at me, stay here. But he was already stepping off the bus before finishing the sentence. I don't know why I followed him. Maybe because sitting alone inside that bus suddenly felt worse. The cold outside hit me hard. Fog moved across the road in slow waves around my shoes. The town smelled strange. Wet wood, smoke, and something old underneath it. Like a basement that had been closed too long. The driver walked ahead carefully. Kid, he called softly. No answer. We reached the first house together. That was when I saw the doorway. Or what used to be the doorway. Wooden boards had been nailed across it from the inside. Not outside. Inside. The nails pushed outward through the planks. I stared at them, confused. The driver touched the wood carefully. It's sealed. Every window around the house had been covered too. Furniture shoved against the glass from within. A chair, a table, something that looked like a bed frame. The teenage boy's backpack lay on the porch. But he was gone. The driver whispered a curse under his breath. Then another sound drifted through the fog. A creaking noise. Slow, rhythmic. We both turned. Further down the street, a porch swing moved gently back and forth by itself. The house beside it had no door either. Same wooden boards. Same nails pushing outward. My stomach tightened. I looked around properly for the first time. Every house on the street was sealed shut from the inside. Every single one. No entrances. No open windows. Nothing. The town looked less like a neighborhood and more like people had trapped themselves inside their homes. Or tried to keep something out. The driver backed away slowly. We need to leave. I nodded immediately. But when we turned toward the bus, the old woman was already standing outside beside it. Her face had gone pale. The road's gone. The driver froze. What? She pointed behind the bus. The street ended only 30 feet away now. Not with a curve. Not with another road. Just thick forest. Dense black trees packed tightly together. The road we entered from had vanished completely. The driver hurried toward the edge of town. I followed close behind. The trees stood motionless in the fog. No tire tracks. No highway. Nothing. The bus now sat trapped at the end of a dead street that should not have existed. The driver whispered to himself nervously, "This isn't possible." Then we heard knocking. Soft. Slow. 3 knocks. We turned sharply toward the nearest house. Another knock answered from inside. Then another house farther down the street. Then another. One by one, quiet knocking sounds spread through the village, like people trapped behind walls trying carefully to get out. The old woman began crying again. The driver stepped backward toward the bus. Inside now. Nobody argued. We climbed back aboard quickly. The doors shut behind us with a sharp hiss. For a moment, the bus felt safe again. Then the man with the sack finally spoke clearly. "They hear us." I looked at him. Up close, he looked older than I first realized. Deep lines cut across his face. His eyes looked exhausted, like someone who hadn't slept properly in years. "What's in the bag?" I asked quietly. He didn't answer. Instead, he stared out the window toward the houses. The knocking continued outside. Slow, patient. The driver tried the engine. Nothing happened. Again, only a clicking sound. His breathing became uneven. "Come on." The old woman suddenly grabbed my arm tightly. Too tightly. I winced. "Don't let them invite you." I stared at her. "What?" Before she could answer, a new sound drifted through the town. Music. Soft music. An old piano somewhere nearby. The melody floated slowly through the fog. Gentle. Almost beautiful. But every note somehow made the town feel emptier. The driver stopped trying the engine. We listened silently. Then I noticed something moving outside. A figure, standing beneath one of the streetlights. Tall, thin, completely still. The fog hid most of its face, but I could tell it was looking directly at the bus. The old woman saw it too. She whispered something in another language and shut her eyes. The figure slowly lifted one arm, not waving, pointing toward one of the houses farther down the road. A house with warm light glowing behind its curtains. The only house that looked occupied. The piano music stopped. The figure beneath the streetlight was gone. Just gone. No footsteps. No movement. Empty fog. Then the bus engine suddenly roared back to life. Everyone jumped slightly. The driver grabbed the wheel immediately. Yes. Relief flooded through me, so fast my legs felt weak. The driver shifted gears hard. The bus moved forward down the street, but not toward the forest, toward the glowing house. "What are you doing?" I asked. His eyes stayed locked ahead. "I'm following the road." "There is no road there." "Yes, there is." The others turned toward him slowly. His expression looked strange now, blank almost, like he was listening to someone else speaking. The glowing house drew closer through the fog. Its curtains moved softly from inside, and for one brief second, I saw faces behind the glass. Dozens of them, pale faces pressed together in silence, watching the bus arrive. Then the front door slowly opened inward by itself, and warm yellow light spilled onto the empty street. Nobody wanted to enter the house, but somehow we still did. I still think about that sometimes, how fear can slowly stop feeling like a warning and start feeling like a direction. The bus sat idling behind us while warm light poured from the doorway onto the empty road. The fog drifted low across the ground, curling around our legs like smoke. The driver stepped forward first, not confidently, almost dreamlike. The old woman grabbed his sleeve. "Don't go inside." He pulled away gently without looking at her. I think he swallowed hard. "I think someone's waiting." The words made my skin tighten, because part of me felt it too. That strange feeling of being expected. The house looked normal from the outside. White paint peeling from wooden walls. A porch swing moving softly. Yellow curtains glowing warmly behind the windows. But the closer we got, the stranger it felt. The air near the porch was warmer than the rest of the town. Not natural warmth. Heavy warmth, like stepping near a furnace hidden underground. The man carrying the sack stayed behind near the bus. "I'm not going in there again," he whispered. Again. That word stayed in my head immediately. But before I could ask what he meant, the front door creaked wider open on its own. Inside, soft piano music played somewhere deeper in the house. Slow notes. Gentle. Almost comforting. The driver stepped across the doorway. I followed before fear could stop me. The old woman came last. The moment I entered, the smell hit me. Dust, old wood, and damp earth, strong enough to taste. The house looked untouched by time. A coat hung neatly beside the door. Family photographs covered the walls. A fire crackled softly inside the living room. Everything looked lived in, but wrong in small ways. The clocks on the walls all showed different times. Every photograph had the eyes scratched out. And beneath my feet, the floor felt hollow. The driver moved slowly through the living room. "Hello." No answer. Only piano music upstairs somewhere. I looked toward the fireplace. The flames burned low and blue instead of orange. For a second, I thought I saw shapes moving inside them. Faces maybe. Then they were gone. The old woman noticed them too. She whispered another prayer quietly. Then came the first whisper. Soft. So soft I almost mistook it for the wind. "Daniel." I froze. The voice came from below us, under the floorboards. The driver heard it too. His eyes slowly lifted toward mine. Another whisper followed. "Martha." Then another. Elias. Different voices. Men. Women. children, all whispering names from beneath the house. The floor vibrated faintly under my shoes. Not shaking, breathing. I backed away instinctively. What the hell is that? Nobody answered. The piano upstairs stopped suddenly. The silence afterward felt enormous. Then came footsteps above us. Slow footsteps crossing the second floor. The driver looked toward the staircase. I noticed sweat running down the side of his face now. We should leave. The old woman nodded immediately. Yes, but before we could move, a voice whispered clearly beneath my feet. My name. Not shouted, not ghostly, just softly spoken like someone trying not to wake another person. Every muscle in my body locked instantly. The old woman stared at me in horror. You heard that too? I nodded slowly. The whisper came again, closer this time. My name, then another, the teenage boy's name, the one who disappeared. The floorboards beneath the living room creaked softly inward, like pressure pushing upward from underground. The driver stepped backward quickly. Move. A crack split through the wooden floor near the fireplace. Dust puffed upward into the room, and from the darkness below, more whispering. Hundreds of voices layered together softly, repeating names, repeating them over and over. Some crying, some laughing quietly, some begging. I couldn't understand every word, but I understood enough. They weren't calling for help. They were calling people down. The old woman grabbed my arm again. We have to go now. This time I listened. We hurried toward the front door, but stopped instantly. The doorway was gone. Not physically. The wall where the door should have been now held only old floral wallpaper. No exit. No handle. Nothing. My chest tightened so hard I couldn't breathe properly. No. The driver slammed his hands against the wall desperately. The whispers beneath us grew louder, more excited somehow. The floor cracked again. A long, thin split, opening across the living room rug. Cold air breathed upward through it, carrying the smell of wet soil. Then the lights flickered, and for 1 second, I saw people standing around us inside the room. Pale figures, transparent, silent, dozens of them. Men in old coats, women holding children, all staring downward at the floor crack. Not at us, at whatever was below. Then the light steadied again. The room became empty. The old woman began crying quietly. This town buried itself. The driver stopped pounding the wall. What? She looked older suddenly, exhausted, like she'd spent years carrying something heavy inside her. My grandmother told me stories, her voice trembled, about Vale. The whispers continued under us. Steady now, like rainfall underground. She said people here heard voices beneath the hills long before the fire. The old woman stared at the floor. The voices knew things, names, secrets, grief. Another crack split through the wood, wider this time. I glimpsed movement below, shapes shifting slowly beneath dirt. The old woman kept speaking. At first the town feared it, she swallowed hard. Then they started listening. The driver stared at her. You knew about this place. I thought it was only stories. The house groaned softly around us. Upstairs, footsteps resumed again. Slower now, dragging slightly. I looked toward the staircase. Something stood at the top landing. A woman, thin, still, half her face hidden by darkness. She wore an old white dress, stained dark around the bottom. She wasn't looking at us. She was listening to the floor. Then her mouth slowly opened, and the whispers beneath the house instantly became louder. The sound filled the walls, filled the ceiling, filled my skull. Names poured upward from underground in endless soft voices. I heard mine again. Closer, warmer, like someone beside my ear. Then I heard something worse. My mother's name. I stopped breathing. Nobody here should have known that. Not possible. The voice repeated it slowly, tenderly, like it remembered her. A terrible thought entered my mind then. What if these weren't ghosts? What if something under the town simply collected people? Their memories, their voices, their grief. The woman upstairs slowly pointed toward the floor crack. The wood around it bent downward softly now, as if the house itself were sinking. The driver grabbed my shoulder hard. Don't listen to them. But I already was, because beneath the whispers, I could hear another sound. Breathing. Something enormous breathing deep underground. The old woman suddenly looked toward the wallpapered wall. There, a faint outline had appeared where the front door used to be. A shape beneath the wallpaper. The driver tore at it desperately. The paper ripped away in long strips. Wood appeared underneath. Then a doorknob. The whispers below rose sharply. Angry now. The floor split wider with a loud crack. Cold darkness opened beneath the living room. Hands reached upward briefly from the gap. Pale hands covered in dirt. Not grabbing, just reaching. The old woman screamed. The driver twisted the knob violently. The door burst open. Freezing fog rushed inside immediately. We stumbled out onto the street together. The door slammed shut behind us. The piano upstairs started playing again instantly. Soft, calm, like nothing had happened. We backed away from the house breathing hard. The entire town had changed. Lights glowed now behind nearly every window. Shapes stood behind curtains, watching us silently. And beneath my feet, I still heard whispering. Not from the house anymore. From the ground itself. The road hummed softly under the fog. Names drifting upward from beneath the entire town. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Then the man with the sack stepped down from the bus slowly. For the first time, he opened it. Inside was a shovel. He looked directly at me with hollow eyes and said something that made my stomach turn cold. They only whisper the names of people they haven't buried yet. I stopped hearing the whispers around sunrise. Not because they ended, because I realized there was never going to be a sunrise at all. At first I thought hours had passed. The fog had thinned slightly. The streetlights hummed weaker now, and the darkness outside the town no longer looked completely black. Just gray, like the world was trying to become morning but couldn't finish. I checked my phone again. 4:17 a.m. Same time as before. The screen flickered once and died in my hand. The old woman sat near the front of the bus with her coat wrapped tightly around herself. Her lips moved constantly in silent prayer. The driver hadn't spoken in nearly an hour. He just stared through the windshield at the empty road ahead. And the man with the shovel kept listening to the ground. Actually listening. Head tilted slightly downward, like someone waiting for distant music. I stayed near the window watching the town. The lights inside the houses still glowed softly. Shapes still moved behind curtains. But nobody ever came outside. Nobody opened doors. Every now and then, I heard those soft knocks again. From inside the sealed homes. Patient knocking. like people trapped underground trying not to panic. I looked toward the hills surrounding Vale. That was when I noticed something strange. The fog never crossed the edge of town. It formed a perfect circle around the village streets. Beyond it, the hills looked frozen in darkness. No wind, no movement, nothing. The driver finally spoke quietly. "It's keeping us here." Nobody asked what he meant, because we already knew. He rubbed his tired eyes slowly. "I drove for hours," he glanced at me. "Didn't I?" I nodded. "Then why's the fuel tank still full?" The bus suddenly felt colder. The old woman looked up sharply. The driver gave a weak laugh that sounded close to breaking. "This place doesn't move right." Outside, one of the streetlights flickered violently. For a split second, the road beneath it looked wrong. Not asphalt. Dirt. Fresh dirt. Then the light steadied again. Road normal. My breathing became shallow. The man with the shovel spoke without lifting his eyes. "It changes when it's hungry." Nobody answered him, because none of us wanted to ask the obvious question. Hungry for what? A low sound drifted through the town then. Not whispers this time. Singing. Soft voices humming somewhere beneath the streets. I felt it through the floor of the bus before I fully heard it. A vibration under my shoes. The old woman covered her ears. "No." The humming grew louder slowly. A calm sound. Almost gentle. But underneath it, I could hear crying. The driver stood suddenly. "That's enough." He grabbed a flashlight from beside his seat and moved toward the bus door. I rose immediately. "Where are you going?" "To find the road." "There is no road." "There has to be." His voice cracked slightly on the last word. Not anger. Desperation. I understood it. Staying still in Vale felt dangerous in a way movement didn't. Like the town wanted silence. Wanted people waiting. The old woman refused to leave the bus. The man with the shovel came with us. That part bothered me most, because he acted like someone returning somewhere familiar. Outside, the air felt heavier than before. The fog brushed against my face damply as we walked down the empty street. The singing beneath the ground followed us everywhere. Some houses now had lights off completely. Others glowed brighter. One window held a shape, standing perfectly still behind the curtain, watching us pass. I tried not to look directly at it. The driver led us toward the edge of town, where the forest should have been. But the trees were gone now. Instead, there was another street. More houses. More lights. Vale had somehow grown while we weren't looking. The driver stopped walking. That wasn't here. His flashlight trembled slightly. The new street stretched downhill into thicker fog. At the bottom stood a church. Tall, dark, its bell tower disappearing into mist. I stared at it uneasily. I didn't see that before. "You weren't supposed to," the man with the shovel whispered. The driver turned sharply toward him. "You know what this place is, don't you?" The man stayed silent for a long moment. Then he sighed. "I was born here." Every sound around us suddenly felt farther away. The driver stared at him in disbelief. "That's impossible. I left when I was 12. The man finally looked up fully. His eyes reflected the pale streetlight strangely. Or maybe I only thought I left. A cold pressure settled into my stomach. The humming beneath the streets deepened. The man continued quietly. "The town heard things under the hills long before the fire. People thought it was God at first." He glanced toward the church. "Then they realized it knew their names." The church bell rang once. Deeper. Heavy, the sound rolled slowly across Vale, and every light in town flickered together. The man's voice lowered. It promised people they wouldn't be alone anymore. The driver shook his head. "What are you talking about?" The man pointed toward the ground. "It's lonely." The earth beneath us vibrated softly after he said it, like something hearing its own name. I wanted to leave immediately, run blindly into the fog if I had to. But the deeper truth was starting to settle inside me. There might not be an outside anymore. We continued toward the church because there was nowhere else to go. The closer we got, the quieter the town became. No whispers, no knocking, only the sound of our footsteps. The church door stood slightly open. Warm light glowed inside. The driver hesitated before entering. I noticed claw marks across the wood near the handles. Hundreds of them. Thin scratches layered over older scratches, like people had tried desperately to get out. Inside, the church smelled strongly of wet soil. Candles burned along the walls. Fresh candles. But there was nobody there. No priest. No townspeople. Only rows of empty pews facing the altar. And behind the altar, a massive hole in the floor. My body froze immediately. The hole was enormous, at least 20 feet wide. Dark earth sloping downward into blackness. The humming came from below. Not loud anymore. Close. The driver stepped nearer carefully. His flashlight revealed wooden stairs descending underground. Old stairs, handmade. Thousands of muddy footprints covered them. The man with the shovel whispered softly beside me. "This is where they went." The old wood beneath us creaked suddenly. Then came whispers again. Not random this time. Organized. Hundreds of voices speaking together from below, repeating the same sentence slowly. "Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay with us." The driver backed away instantly. No, but I couldn't move. Something about the voices felt sad. Not evil, not angry, just unbearably lonely. Then I saw movement deep below the hole. Shapes, human shapes standing together in darkness, looking upward, too many to count. The flashlight beam shook violently in the driver's hand. One figure stepped slightly forward beneath the earth. A teenage boy, headphones around his neck, mud covering his face. The missing passenger. His mouth opened slowly. "Please," he whispered upward. "It gets cold alone." The driver nearly dropped the flashlight. The boy's eyes looked wrong. Not dead. Empty. Like something else had learned how to wear him. The whispers around him continued softly. "Stay with us." Then more figures stepped into view below. Men, women, children, faces from the photographs in the house, all staring upward silently. And behind them, something larger moved in the dark. So large I couldn't understand its shape. Only pieces of it. Pale skin beneath soil. A slow shifting motion. Breathing. The church floor trembled gently. The driver grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. "We're leaving." That finally snapped me awake. We stumbled backward together, but the man with the shovel stayed near the hole. Calm, peaceful almost. "They aren't dead," he said quietly. The whispers softened immediately around him, like they recognized him. "They're together." The driver shouted at him to move, but the man only smiled sadly. "You don't understand yet." He looked toward me. "It hates empty places." Then he stepped onto the wooden stairs. The darkness below seemed to welcome him instantly. The figures parted slowly as he descended. The teenage boy reached out and touched his shoulder gently. Then both disappeared deeper underground. The whispers faded softer. Satisfied, the church suddenly became still again. The driver pulled me toward the doors immediately. We ran back into the streets of Vale, breathing hard. And that was when I finally understood the worst part. The sky above the town had not changed at all. Still gray, still waiting. No sunrise, no dawn birds, no morning wind. Just endless almost morning, hanging over Vale forever. The town wasn't trapped in night. It was trapped in the moment before morning. A place where time paused long enough for loneliness to keep feeding. The driver saw it too. His face emptied completely. We're never getting out. Then somewhere beneath the streets, very softly, I heard the ground whisper my name again. By the time I saw the motel sign through the rain, I'd been driving for almost 11 hours without real sleep. My eyes burned. My shoulders felt stiff enough to crack. And the highway ahead had completely disappeared beneath the storm. Rain hammered against the windshield, so hard it looked like someone throwing handfuls of gravel at the glass. That was when the old neon sign appeared beside the road. Vacancy. Half the letters flickered weakly in the dark. The motel sat alone off Route 9, surrounded by pine trees and muddy gravel. A single street lamp buzzed near the parking lot, casting pale yellow light across puddles that trembled under the rain. I almost kept driving. Something about the place felt wrong immediately. Not dangerous exactly, just forgotten, like the world had moved on without it years ago. But I was too exhausted to trust instinct anymore. So I pulled in. The gravel cracked softly under my tires as I parked near the office. Rainwater rolled down the windows in thick streams, warping the shape of the building outside. There were cars parked outside almost every room. Old cars mostly. A faded blue truck. A brown sedan covered in rust near the back. An old station wagon with fogged-up windows. But despite all the vehicles, the motel looked asleep. No TVs glowing through curtains. No voices. No movement. Just rain. I shut off the engine and listened for a moment. Thunder rolled somewhere far away. Then I noticed something strange. Every motel room had its lights on. Every single one. Warm yellow light glowing behind curtains across the long row of rooms. But not one shadow moved inside them. I grabbed my bag and stepped into the storm. Cold rain soaked through my jacket almost instantly. The motel office door gave a soft bell when I entered. Warm air hit my face. The office smelled like old coffee and wet carpet. A tiny television played static in the corner, beside a fake plant coated in dust. Behind the counter sat an old man reading a newspaper. At first, I thought he hadn't noticed me. Then he folded the paper carefully and looked up. "You need a room." His voice sounded strangely flat, like he already knew the answer. "Yeah," I said, "just for the night." The old man nodded slowly. Lightning flashed outside the office window, briefly turning the room white. For a second, I noticed dozens of keys hanging behind the desk. All numbered, except one space near the middle. Room 8. Missing. The old man followed my eyes. "That room's occupied." I hadn't even asked about it. I forced a small smile. "Okay." He kept staring at me. Not rude. Not friendly either. Just studying me too carefully. "You traveling alone?" "Yeah." "Business?" "No, just driving through." Another pause. Then he slid a registration form across the counter. While I filled it out, I noticed something odd near the guest log beside the register. The same names repeated across multiple pages. Over and over. Different handwriting. Different dates. But the same few names. I frowned slightly. Before I could look closer, the old man quietly closed the book. "Storm will last all night," he said. I handed him the form. "You get many travelers out here." "Enough." Again that flat tone. No emotion behind the words. He reached beneath the desk and handed me a brass key attached to a plastic tag. "Room 12. Coffee machine works sometimes," he added. "Ice machine doesn't." I nodded. Then he said something strange as I turned toward the door. "If you hear knocking tonight." I looked back. The old man stared at the static-filled television. "Don't answer unless they say your name." The room suddenly felt colder. I gave a nervous laugh. "What?" But the old man had already opened his newspaper again. Conversation over. Outside, the rain had become even heavier. I hurried toward room 12 through the storm. Water soaked my shoes immediately. The motel room stretched in a long line beneath flickering lights, each door identical. Each curtain closed tightly. As I passed room 7, I heard coughing inside. Deep coughing. Wet sounding. Then silence. Room 8 came next. No light beneath the door. No sound. The curtains were fully shut, but the air near the room felt colder somehow. I sped up without meaning to. Room 12 sat near the far end beside the woods. I unlocked the door and stepped inside quickly. The room looked exactly how I expected. Old wallpaper. Small television. A bedspread with cigarette burns. A lamp buzzing softly near the nightstand. But compared to the storm outside, it felt safe enough. I dropped my bag beside the bed and stood near the window for a moment watching rain flood the parking lot. The motel sign buzzed weakly through the darkness. Then I noticed movement. A figure standing outside room 9. Just standing there. A woman maybe. Hard to tell through the rain. She wore something pale and loose that moved softly in the wind. I waited for her to enter the room. She didn't. She just stood there facing the door, perfectly still. After almost a full minute, she slowly raised one hand and knocked 3 times, softly. Then she lowered her arm again and waited. No response came from inside. A strange unease crawled into my chest. The woman stayed motionless another few seconds. Then she turned away and disappeared into the rain between the buildings. I realized I'd been holding my breath. Thunder cracked far away. I pulled the curtain shut. For a while, things felt normal. I took a hot shower, tried watching television, tried ignoring the growing feeling that something about the motel wasn't right. But the longer I stayed there, the stranger it became. Nobody ever left their rooms. I kept hearing sounds through the walls. Footsteps packing, quiet coughing, a baby crying somewhere distant, televisions playing softly. But every time I checked outside through the curtain, the walkway remained empty. Hours passed. No doors opened. No voices outside. Nothing. Just rain pouring endlessly over the parking lot. Around midnight, the power flickered once. The lamp dimmed briefly before steadying again. Then came knocking. 3 soft taps against my door. I froze immediately. Not loud. Gentle. Almost polite. I waited. Another 3 knocks. My heart started beating harder. I remembered the old man's warning instantly. Don't answer unless they say your name. Rain hissed outside the window. The knocking came again. Slow, patient. I stepped quietly toward the door without making a sound. The peephole was cloudy with age, but I could barely make out the walkway outside. Empty. Nobody there. Still, the knocking continued. 3 taps. Right against the wood. My mouth felt dry suddenly. Then a woman's voice whispered softly from outside. Wrong room. The knocking stopped. I stayed frozen near the door listening. Footsteps moved away slowly through the rain. I waited another full minute before finally breathing again. That should have been enough to make me leave. But exhaustion does strange things to judgment. I convinced myself it was another guest. Some drunk mistake. Nothing more. I climbed back into bed and turned off the lamp. Darkness filled the room, except for faint rain light leaking through the curtains. Then I heard something else. A door opening outside. Carefully. Slow hinges creaking. I sat up slightly. Another door opened farther down the motel. Then another. One by one, doors quietly opened along the walkway outside. I moved toward the window carefully and pulled the curtain aside just enough to see. Every motel room door now stood open. Every single one except mine. Warm yellow light spilled across the wet concrete walkway. But the rooms themselves looked empty. No people. No movement. Only open doors glowing in the rain. Then slowly, very slowly, I noticed figures standing inside the rooms, perfectly still in the back corners, watching the parking lot, watching my room, and none of them stepped outside. I didn't sleep at all after that. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching the motel walkway through a thin gap in the curtain, while rain crawled endlessly across the parking lot. The figures inside the rooms never moved. Not once. Sometimes lightning flashed far beyond the trees, and for a split second, their faces became visible deeper inside the rooms. Pale skin, dark eyes, stillness, then darkness again. I kept telling myself they were people, just guests standing in their rooms. Nothing supernatural, nothing impossible, but normal people shift their weight, scratch their face, blink. These figures looked posed, like mannequins someone had dressed and placed carefully near the back walls. Around 3 in the morning, the room doors slowly closed one by one. Not slammed, not hurried, just soft clicks spreading down the walkway until every room sat sealed again. Except room 8. Its door stayed shut the entire time. No light under it. No movement. Nothing. I finally lay down some time before dawn. Or what I thought was dawn. The storm had weakened slightly, but the sky outside still looked black. I checked my phone. 4:42 a.m. The same time it had been for hours. I stared at the screen for a long moment before turning it off. That uneasy feeling returned immediately, like the motel itself was listening. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I remember was sunlight pressing faintly through the curtains. Real sunlight this time. Gray and weak, but enough to make the room feel human again. For a few seconds, everything from the night before felt ridiculous. Stress, exhaustion, too much coffee, and highway hypnosis. I almost laughed at myself. Then I looked outside. Every car in the parking lot was still there. Every single one. No guests loading luggage. No engine starting. No people walking toward the office. The motel looked frozen. Even stranger. The curtains in every room remained completely shut. I showered quickly and headed toward the office, hoping coffee would make the place feel normal again. The rain had slowed to a cold drizzle. Pine trees swayed gently behind the motel now, dripping water into muddy puddles. The office bell rang softly as I entered. The old man stood behind the counter, wiping a coffee mug with a stained rag. The static-filled television still buzzed in the corner. Same channel, same white noise. "You sleep okay?" he asked without looking up. "Not really." He nodded like he expected that answer. I glanced toward the guest log again. Still sitting near the register. Still filled with repeating names. This time, I noticed dates beside them stretching back years. The same few names appearing again and again. Checking in, never checking out. A cold pressure settled behind my ribs. I looked up. "You get a lot of regulars." The old man finally met my eyes. "Some people stay longer than planned." Something moved behind me then. I turned quickly. A woman stood near the coffee machine. I hadn't heard the door open. She looked maybe 30 or 40. Hard to tell exactly. Her dark hair hung damp around her shoulders, and her pale coat looked old-fashioned somehow. Not dirty, just older than it should have been. She gave me a small, tired smile. "You were awake last night." The way she said it sounded less like a question. I nodded slowly. "So were you." Her smile faded slightly. "People don't sleep much here." The old man stopped wiping the mud. The room became quiet again, except for static and distant rain. Then the woman glanced toward the motel rooms outside. Toward room 8. Her expression changed immediately. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like spotting someone across a crowded street. "She's back early," the woman whispered. I followed her gaze. Room 8's curtain had shifted slightly open, just enough to reveal darkness inside. Nothing else. I looked back at the woman, but she was already walking toward the office door. Before leaving, she paused beside me. "If you hear crying tonight," she said softly, "don't look through the window." Then she stepped outside into the gray morning drizzle and disappeared between the rows of rooms. I stood there staring after her. The old man sighed quietly behind the counter. "You should leave before dark." I turned back toward him. "What's in room 8? For the first time, the old man looked uncomfortable. His eyes drifted briefly toward the television static, then toward the rain outside. "That room ain't been rented in 9 years. The office suddenly felt much colder. "But last night, you said it was occupied." "It is." His answer came too quickly. I stared at him. "You just said nobody rented it." The old man rubbed his jaw slowly. "There's a difference." A long silence stretched between us. Then the television crackled sharply. For one split second, the static cleared. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Pale, dark-haired, standing behind a motel curtain. Then static swallowed her again. The old man shut the television off immediately. Neither of us spoke. Outside, the drizzle slowly became rain again. By afternoon, I had convinced myself to leave. Seriously, I packed my bag, grabbed my keys, even walked out toward my car. But the engine wouldn't start. Not dead battery. Not broken. The car turned over normally. It just wouldn't catch. The mechanic part of my brain kept trying to explain it logically, while the rest of me watched room 8 from across the parking lot. Its curtain had opened slightly wider now. A thin strip of darkness visible inside. I could have sworn someone stood behind it. Watching. I tried the engine again. Nothing. Then I noticed something that made my stomach tight. Every car in the lot was wet from rain. except the dusty brown sedan parked beside room 8. Its hood looked warm, recently driven, but nobody had entered or left the room. I stepped out slowly. Rain tapped softly against the roof of the motel walkway. The entire place smelled like wet asphalt and pine needles. Without fully deciding to, I found myself walking toward room 8. Closer now, the room looked older than the others. The paint around the door peeled heavily. Water stains streaked the walls beneath the window. And near the bottom of the curtain, I saw movement, a shape shifting softly behind the fabric. Someone standing there, very still. I stopped several feet away. My heartbeat felt strange inside my chest. Not fast, heavy, like my body already understood something my mind didn't. Hello? No answer. The curtain moved slightly again. A human outline clearly visible now behind the thin fabric. A woman, tall, head tilted slightly sideways, watching me. Rainwater dripped steadily from the motel roof between us. I swallowed hard. You okay in there? Nothing. Then slowly, the curtain lifted just an inch higher from inside. Enough for me to see a pair of bare feet standing on the carpet. Pale feet, motionless. The skin looked wrong somehow. Too gray. My mouth went dry instantly. Then the office door opened behind me. The old man's voice cut through the rain sharply. Step away from that room. I turned. He stood under the office awning, gripping the doorframe tightly. Actually afraid. I looked back toward the curtain. The feet were gone. Only darkness remained inside. The old man hurried toward me faster than I expected someone his age could move. She notices people who notice her. What does that mean? He stopped beside me, breathing hard. For a moment, he looked like he wanted to explain everything. Instead, he only whispered. She wasn't the first. Thunder rolled low above the trees. I stared at him. Who? The old man looked toward room 8 with exhausted eyes. Every night she stands behind that curtain, his voice lowered, and every few years someone opens the door. Rain dripped softly around us. I felt suddenly aware of every room in the motel, every closed curtain, every unseen guest. Then what happens? The old man didn't answer immediately, because somewhere inside room 8, a woman began crying softly. The crying lasted almost 20 minutes. Soft, unsteady, a woman quietly breaking apart behind a thin motel wall. The sound drifted through the rain, while the old man stood beside me without speaking. He looked exhausted, not scared anymore, just tired in the way people look when they've been afraid too long. Finally, the crying stopped. Not gradually, just silence, the kind that leaves pressure in your ears afterward. The old man stared at room 8 for a few seconds longer. Then he spoke quietly. You should leave before tonight. My car won't start. He nodded slowly like he already knew. It happens. I looked at him sharply. What does that mean? But he had already turned back toward the office. Rainwater dripped steadily from the motel roof while I followed him inside. The office smelled stronger now. Old coffee, dust, and underneath it, something sour, like wet clothes left too long in darkness. The old man sat behind the counter heavily and rubbed both hands over his face. For a moment, he looked close to crying himself. Then he noticed me still standing there. You got family waiting somewhere. The question caught me off guard. Yeah. Anyone know you stopped here? A cold feeling crept into my stomach. Why are you asking that? The old man stared at the dead television screen. Because most folks who stay more than one night, he paused. Nobody hears from them again. Thunder rolled faintly outside. Not close, far away across the hills. I tried laughing it off, but the sound came out weak. You're serious? I wish I was. Rain rattled softly against the office windows. I looked toward the guest ledger near the register again. Same repeating names. Same strange patterns. A thought slowly formed in my mind. Can I see that book? The old man didn't answer immediately. Then very slowly, he slid it across the counter. The leather cover felt damp somehow, worn smooth by years of handling. I opened it carefully. At first it looked normal enough. Names, dates, license plate numbers. But after a few pages, patterns began appearing. Travelers checked into different rooms at first. Room 3, Room 11, Room 6. Then later entries always shifted to Room 8. Sometimes after one night, sometimes 3. But eventually, every single name ended there. And after the Room 8 entry, nothing, no checkout date, no departure, just blank space after their names. Page after page, year after year. I felt my throat tighten slowly. How many people? The old man leaned back in his chair. Too many. I kept flipping pages. The handwriting changed over decades. Different owners maybe. Different ink colors. But the pattern stayed identical. Travelers arrived, stayed briefly, then disappeared after entering Room 8. Some names even had small notes beside them. Heard her crying. Saw her AT window. Door opened 213. One entry simply read, "She asked me to help her." My fingers stopped moving. The date beside it was from 1997. I stared at the signature underneath. My chest tightened instantly. I recognized the last name. Not personally. From somewhere else. News maybe. A memory surfaced slowly. A missing persons case I'd seen years ago online. A traveling photographer who vanished during a storm on Route 9. Nobody ever found him. The room suddenly felt smaller around me. I looked up. You kept records of this. The old man laughed quietly. No humor in it. You think anybody listens? He opened a desk drawer beneath the counter and pulled out newspaper clippings bundled together with rubber bands. Missing travelers. Dozens of them. Different years. Different states. Different faces. But every article mentioned the same thing. Last seen near Route 9. My hands felt cold flipping through them. One article showed a woman in a gray coat smiling at the camera beside a gas station. I froze. It was the woman from the office. The one by the coffee machine. The article was dated 12 years earlier. Missing since 2014. I looked up slowly. That woman. The old man nodded once before I could finish. She checks in sometimes. A deep chill spread through my chest. She's dead. I don't know. The honesty in his answer scared me more than certainty would have. Outside, rain intensified again suddenly. The motel sign buzzed weakly through the office window. Then all the lights flickered. The old man looked toward the clock on the wall. 6:47 p.m. His expression darkened immediately. She'll be at the curtain soon. My body tensed without meaning to. Who is she? The old man swallowed slowly. She checked into room 8 back in 83. The office seemed quieter now. Even the rain sounded distant. She was traveling alone, he continued. Young, maybe 26. newly married from what I heard. He rubbed his hands together nervously. She came during a storm exactly like this one. Lightning flashed outside. For a split second, every motel window glowed pale white. Then darkness settled back over the parking lot. What happened to her? The old man stared toward room 8 through the rain. She called the office around midnight. His voice lowered. Said there was someone standing behind her curtain. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. She thought somebody broke into the room. She sounded confused more than scared. He paused, kept saying the woman behind the curtain looked exactly like her. Cold prickles spread across my arms. The rain outside seemed louder now, closer somehow. The old man continued softly. Police came next morning. He glanced at me. Room was empty. And she was gone. He nodded. I looked back down at the ledger. Hundreds of names. Maybe more. People swallowed quietly over decades. What's in that room? The old man's face tightened. I stopped asking. Something tapped lightly against the office window then. 3 soft knocks. We both turned immediately. Nobody stood outside. Only rain running down the glass. Then came another knock. From deeper inside the motel. Room 8. The old man stood up too quickly, nearly knocking over his chair. Go lock your door. What about you? I'll do what I always do. What's that? He forced a tired smile. Pretend none of it's happening. The office suddenly felt unbearable. I grabbed the newspaper clippings instinctively. Can I borrow these? The old man hesitated, then nodded. You won't need to bring them back. Something about the way he said it unsettled me deeply. Outside, night had fully arrived. Rain blurred the motel lights into pale, yellow smears across the darkness. I hurried back toward room 12, clutching the ledger and clippings tightly against my chest. As I passed room 8, I tried not to look. I failed immediately. The curtain had opened halfway now. And there she stood. The woman behind the curtain. Clearer than before. Pale face. Dark wet hair. Bare feet. One hand pressed softly against the glass. Her expression looked deeply sad. Not angry. Not threatening. Just exhausted. Like someone trapped somewhere too long. She slowly lifted her eyes toward me. And I realized something horrifying. She wasn't looking out from inside the room. She was looking in. Like she was trapped behind the curtain itself. My breathing stopped. Then very slowly, another face appeared beside hers in the darkness. A man. Then another. Then another. Pale faces, emerging one by one behind the curtain around her. Dozens of them packed silently inside room 8. Watching me. The motel lights flickered violently. And suddenly, every room door along the walkway opened again at once. Soft clicks echoing through the rain. I turned slowly. The guests stood inside the rooms exactly like before. Motionless. Watching. Except now I could see their faces clearly. The missing travelers from the newspaper clippings. Every single one of them. Standing silently inside the motel rooms where they'd last been seen. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. Then somewhere behind the curtain of room 8, a voice whispered my name softly. The trail disappeared almost an hour before I found the tracks. That should have been my sign to turn back. The forest had already gone quiet by then. No birds, no wind, just the soft crunch of wet pine needles under my boots and the sound of my own breathing drifting through the trees. I stopped walking when I saw the rails ahead. 2 rusted train tracks cutting through the forest like scars, almost completely buried beneath moss and weeds. For a second, I honestly thought I'd imagined them. The station wasn't supposed to exist anymore. That's what every article online said. Blackwater Station closed in 1987 after a train arrived empty one winter night. Over 40 passengers vanished between two stops. No bodies, no blood, nothing, just luggage still sitting neatly in seats beside untouched cups of coffee. The story became one of those strange local legends people post late at night on forums. Most of it sounded fake, until I found an old newspaper photo online 3 weeks earlier. Something in the background caught my attention. A sign partly hidden behind police officers. Pine Reach, next stop BLACKWTR. That name mattered because my grandfather used to whisper it in his sleep before he died. Pine Reach. He worked the railways his entire life, but whenever anyone asked about Blackwater Station, he became quiet. Once, when I was a kid, I heard him lock every door in the house during a thunderstorm. Then he sat near the window all night, holding an old train ticket and shaking hands. I never forgot his face. Pure fear. Years later, after he died, I found the ticket hidden inside one of his books. BLACKWATER, one way. No date. No passenger name. Just that. That ticket sat in my jacket pocket now, as I stared at the tracks disappearing into the trees. The air smelled damp and earthy, like rain trapped underground. I checked my phone. No signal. Not surprising. I'd lost reception miles ago. The deeper I walked into the forest, the stranger the silence became. Even the trees looked wrong somehow. Too still. Branches twisted over the tracks like black veins stretching across the sky. I followed the rails uphill slowly. Every few minutes I found old railway markers half buried beneath moss. Faded numbers. Bent metal signs. Evidence that trains once passed through here every day. Then I noticed something fresh. Footprints. My body tensed instantly. Mud pressed between the tracks. Recent footprints. Not animal tracks. Human. At least 3 different sets. I crouched lower. The prints headed in the same direction I was going. Toward the station. A cold feeling crawled slowly through my chest. Nobody was supposed to come out here anymore. The station had been abandoned for decades. I stood again and kept moving. The forest thickened around the tracks until daylight barely reached the ground. Pine branches blocked most of the sky now. Everything smelled older. Rotting wood, wet rust, and underneath it, smoke, faint but real. I stopped immediately. Somewhere ahead, something burned. For a moment, I considered leaving. Actually leaving. But curiosity kept dragging me forward. That same stupid human instinct that makes people open locked doors in horror stories. The tracks curved sharply around a hill. And suddenly, there it was. Blackwater Station. Hidden deep between the trees, like the forest had tried swallowing it whole. The building looked smaller than I expected. A narrow wooden station with broken windows and a sagging roof covered in moss. Part of the platform had collapsed into weeds years ago. An old clock still hung above the entrance, frozen at 11:17. The sight of it made my stomach tight for reasons I couldn't explain. I stepped carefully onto the platform. The wood groaned softly beneath my weight. Every window had been boarded shut, except one near the far end. And inside that broken window, a light flickered, very faint. I froze. Not sunlight, lantern light. Someone was inside. My heartbeat quickened immediately. Hello. My voice sounded weak in the enormous silence. No answer came back, only the distant creaking of trees. I should have left then. Instead, I moved toward the broken window slowly. The closer I got, the colder the air became. I could see part of the waiting room inside now. Dust covered everything. Old benches, a ticket booth, stacks of ruined newspapers. But near the back wall, a lantern glowed softly on the floor, freshly lit. I climbed carefully through the broken window. The station smelled ancient inside. Dust and wet wood filled the air thickly enough to taste. My boots disturbed footprints across the floor. Recent ones. The same prints from outside. Whoever came here wasn't hiding it. The lantern flame trembled slightly as I approached. Beside it sat an old backpack. Still dry. Not abandoned long. A map lay unfolded nearby. Railway routes circled in red ink. And written beside Blackwater Station were 3 words. The train RETURNS. A sudden sound echoed somewhere deeper in the building. Metal scraping softly. I spun around immediately. Silence again. My pulse hammered loudly now. Who's here? Nothing answered. But then, very faintly, I heard movement beneath the floorboards. Not rats. Footsteps. Slow footsteps under the station. I backed away instinctively. The floor creaked softly beneath me. Another sound followed. A train whistle. Far away. Low and mournful. My skin prickled instantly. No active tracks existed for miles. The whistle came again. Closer this time. I rushed toward the platform outside. The forest looked darker now, though only minutes had passed. Fog drifted slowly between the trees, and somewhere beyond the curve in the tracks, I heard wheels grinding softly against rails. Impossible. I stepped closer to the edge of the platform. The sound grew louder, metal clattering steadily through the forest. Then it stopped. Completely. The silence afterward felt unnatural, like the entire forest was holding its breath. A voice spoke quietly behind me. You shouldn't wait for it alone. I turned so fast my shoulder slammed against the station wall. A man stood near the doorway. Thin, gray beard, heavy raincoat despite the dry weather. He looked old enough to belong to the station itself. I hadn't heard him approach at all. My chest tightened. Jesus. The man glanced toward the tracks. You heard it too. Not a question. I nodded slowly. What is this place? The old man studied me carefully. Then his eyes drifted downward toward my jacket pocket, toward the train ticket inside it. His expression changed instantly. Fear. Real fear. Where did you get that? I hesitated. My grandfather. The old man's face went pale. What was his name? I told him. The silence afterward stretched too long. The old man stepped backward slowly. He was on the last train. Cold spread through my body immediately. That's impossible. He survived longer than the others. The words hit harder than I expected. Others, not passengers, like something else. I stared at him. What happened here? The old man looked toward the tracks disappearing into fog, then toward the frozen station clock above us. 11:17. Still unmoving. He opened the door, the old man whispered. A distant whistle echoed again through the trees. Much closer now. The old man's voice trembled slightly. When the train stops tonight, he looked directly into my eyes. Whatever you do. The rails beneath our feet vibrated softly. Don't look inside the windows. The tracks started humming around midnight. Not shaking, not rattling, just a low vibration beneath the station platform, like something waking up deep underground. The old man stopped talking immediately when it began. His eyes drifted toward the trees, toward the curve in the rail where the forest swallowed everything beyond sight. "It's early," he whispered. The station clock still read 11:17. Unmoving. I checked my phone again. No signal. No time. Just a black screen reflecting my own nervous face. The air had turned painfully cold. My breath drifted in pale clouds through the waiting room, while the lantern flame trembled harder beside us. Outside, fog thickened over the tracks. Not natural fog. Too low. Too smooth. It rolled through the trees slowly like smoke crawling across the ground. I looked at the old man again. "You still haven't told me what happened here." His jaw tightened. Then another whistle echoed through the forest. Closer now. Long. Mournful. The sound seemed to go through my body instead of around it. The old man flinched slightly. "They disappeared because they looked," he said quietly. I frowned, looked at what? But he ignored the question. Instead, he walked toward one of the station windows and nailed another loose wooden board across it with shaking hands. Only then did I notice the others. Every window in the station had been boarded shut from the inside. Every single one, except the broken window I climbed through earlier. The old man saw me staring. They started with the windows first. A knot tightened slowly in my stomach. Who did? The ones who stayed. The tracks hummed louder beneath us. Something metallic clanged faintly in the distance. Not random noise. Rhythm. Steel wheels moving slowly across rails. The train was coming. Panic tried creeping into my chest, but curiosity held it down. I should have run back through the forest, but something about the station made leaving feel impossible now. Like the woods outside had already closed behind me. The old man handed me the lantern suddenly. "If it stops here," his voice cracked slightly, "don't answer anybody." "Answer who?" His face went pale. Then softly, "The passengers." The whistle sounded again. Very close now. The station walls vibrated faintly. Outside, fog swallowed the tracks completely. I couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the platform. Then came the sound. Steel grinding softly against steel. Slow. Heavy. Something enormous moving through darkness. The old man backed away from the broken window immediately. "Get away from there." But I stayed frozen near the platform edge. Because through the fog, I could finally see it. A train emerging silently from the trees. Old-fashioned. Black metal slick with moisture. Its surface looked almost oily beneath the moonlight. No headlights. No cabin lights. No sound except the slow grinding of wheels. It moved far too smoothly. Like it wasn't fully touching the rails. The windows were completely dark. Not tinted. Dark in a deeper way. Like there was nothing behind them at all. The train rolled toward the station slowly enough that I could hear water dripping from its metal sides. One passenger car. Then another. Then another. At least 10 cars passed silently through the fog. Every window black. Every door closed. No conductor. No engineer visible in the front cabin. The old man whispered something under his breath behind me. Prayer maybe. I couldn't stop staring. The train looked ancient. Its paint peeled away in long strips. Rust streaked the doors, and along the lower metal panels. Scratches. Thousands of scratches. Long pale marks dragged across the train like fingernails. Then the train stopped, directly beside the platform. The silence afterward felt unbearable. No engine noise, no steam, nothing, just the faint ticking sound of cooling metal. The doors remained closed. I realized my hands were trembling around the lantern. The old man grabbed my sleeve suddenly. Inside now. Before I could answer, one of the train doors slowly slid open. The sound echoed through the forest like a long breath. Darkness waited inside the train car. Not empty darkness. Depth. The kind that makes your eyes strain trying to understand it. Then came movement. A figure stepped slowly onto the platform. A woman. Thin coat. Dark hair hanging wet around her face. Bare feet. My stomach tightened instantly. I recognized her. The woman from room 8. She stood motionless beneath the dead station, light starring at the tracks. Not at me. Not at the old man. Just listening. More movement followed behind her. Another passenger stepped out. Then another. Pale figures emerging slowly from the dark train one by one. Men, women, children, all silent, all dressed in clothes from different years, different decades. Some looked freshly alive. Others looked wrong somehow. Skin too pale, eyes too empty. One old man stepped onto the platform, holding a newspaper dated 1962. A teenage girl followed carrying a suitcase covered in dust. A little boy in suspenders walked barefoot through puddles without reacting to the cold. None of them spoke. None of them acknowledged each other. They simply drifted across the station platform slowly like sleepwalkers. The old man pulled me backward harder. Don't let them see you starring. Too late. The woman from room 8 had turned toward me. Her face looked clearer now, and sadder. Rainwater dripped softly from strands of dark hair across her cheeks. For one terrible second, I thought she might ask for help. Instead, she whispered, "You shouldn't be here when it stops." Then she kept walking toward the woods beyond the station. The others followed her silently into the trees, disappearing into fog one by one. I stared after them in disbelief. What are they? The old man looked sick. Passengers? That's impossible. No, his voice trembled. What's impossible is where they go after. A sudden thump echoed from inside the train behind us. Then another. Something moving deeper, inside the passenger cars. Heavy movement. Not footsteps. Dragging. The open train door remained waiting beside the platform. Darkness shifting faintly inside it. The old man backed farther away. We need to leave the platform. But I couldn't stop staring into the train, because now I could hear voices. Soft voices whispering inside the cars. Dozens of them layered together quietly. Not talking to each other. Talking to me. At first, I couldn't understand the words. Then slowly, my name drifted from the darkness. Cold spread through my chest instantly. The whispers grew clearer. Familiar voices. My grandfather's voice among them. I nearly dropped the lantern. The old man saw my expression immediately. Don't listen. But I already was. Because beneath the whispers, I heard crying. Human crying from deep inside the train. Weak. Exhausted. Alive. My breathing became shallow. There's someone in there. The old man grabbed my arm tightly. No. I heard them. You hear what it wants you to hear. The crying came again. Closer now. A woman's voice sobbing softly somewhere beyond the dark doorway. Then another sound interrupted it. Knocking. 3 slow knocks from inside the train wall. My entire body locked. The exact same rhythm from the motel. The old man looked terrified now. It found you already. Before I could ask what that meant, a face appeared briefly inside the doorway darkness. Not stepping out, just watching. A man with hollow eyes and mud covering half his face. He looked horribly familiar. Then I realized why. It was my grandfather. Not younger, not older, exactly the same as the day he died. His lips parted slightly. "Close the door," he whispered. Then something moved behind him in the darkness. Something massive shifting between the passenger seats. Too large for the train car. The walls bent outward softly around it. My grandfather's expression changed instantly. Fear. Pure unbearable fear. Don't let it see you. The lantern flame went out. Darkness swallowed the station immediately. And somewhere inside the train, something very slowly began walking toward the open door. The thing inside the train kept walking toward the doorway. Slowly, heavy footsteps bending the floor beneath it. I couldn't see it yet. Only movement shifting deep in the dark passenger car. The old man grabbed my jacket hard enough to hurt. "Run!" But my grandfather's voice still echoed in my head. "Close the door. Not save me. Not help me. Close the door." Another step sounded inside the train. Closer now. The metal walls groaned softly around whatever moved in there. And then, the crying started again. Weak crying from somewhere deeper, inside the passenger cars. Human. Terrified. The sound cut through my fear immediately. There's somebody alive in there. The old man looked almost desperate now. No one stays alive long. The darkness inside the train shifted again, then suddenly stopped moving. Silence. The kind that makes your body tense, waiting for something worse. A cold wind drifted from the open train door, carrying a strange smell with it. Wet clothes, dust, and something sweet underneath, like flowers left too long at a funeral. I should have listened to the old man. Instead, I stepped toward the train. His hand slipped from my sleeve immediately. You don't understand what happens if it sees you. But I was already climbing aboard. The metal steps felt ice cold beneath my boots. The moment I crossed into the train car, the air changed completely. No wind, no forest sounds, just stillness, the kind of stillness that belongs underground. Behind me, the old man whispered something I couldn't hear. Then the train door slowly slid shut on its own. The sound echoed through the darkness like a final lock turning. For one terrible second, panic exploded inside my chest. I spun around immediately. No handle, no visible way back out. Only black metal walls and darkness stretching ahead between rows of seats. Then soft yellow lights flickered on overhead. Weak lights, old lights. The passenger car revealed itself slowly, and my stomach tightened instantly. Every seat was occupied. Passengers sat silently on both sides of the aisle. Men, women, children, all facing forward perfectly still. Nobody looked at me. Nobody blinked. The train suddenly lurched forward beneath my feet. I grabbed the nearest seat hard as the station outside vanished into darkness beyond the windows. No engine noise. No wheels. The train moved silently through the forest, or somewhere deeper than the forest. The passengers remained frozen. A little girl sat near the front, holding a stuffed rabbit against her chest. An old woman beside the window wore clothes from another decade entirely. Across from me sat a businessman gripping an open newspaper dated October 14th, 1987. None of them moved, not even breathing. But they weren't dead. I could feel it somehow. They were waiting. The overhead lights buzzed softly above us. Then I realized something worse. The windows showed nothing outside. Not darkness, not trees, nothing, just endless black beyond the glass. Like the train wasn't traveling through a place anymore. I walked carefully down the aisle. My footsteps sounded far too loud. No passenger reacted as I passed. Their eyes stayed fixed forward, unblinking. A young couple sat holding hands tightly together. A soldier in uniform stared ahead with tears dried across his cheeks. A teenage boy pressed headphones over his ears, though no music played. Every face looked trapped in the exact moment fear first touched them. Then I noticed the clocks. Tiny clocks above every passenger row. Each frozen at a different time. 11:17, 2:43, 1:06, 4:51. None moving, none matching. The farther I walked, the colder the train became. My breath fogged faintly now. Some passengers looked newer than others. Fresh clothes, modern phones resting in motionless hands. Others looked decades old. Dust coated their shoulders lightly. One woman wore a faded train uniform from maybe the 1950s. Still staring ahead, still not blinking. Then suddenly, a passenger moved. A sharp inhale caught in my throat. An elderly man near the back slowly turned his head toward me. Only his eyes moved at first. Then his neck followed with a soft cracking sound. His face looked pale and stretched tight over bone. He whispered without opening his mouth fully. "Don't sit down." The lights flickered violently. When they steadied again, he faced forward once more. Frozen, like nothing happened. My pulse hammered painfully now. I kept moving deeper through the train. The air smelled stronger back here. Damp fabric, rust, and underneath it, rotting earth. The crying voice returned again. Closer now, coming from the next passenger car. I reached the connecting door carefully. Its small window had been covered from the inside with black paint. Something scratched softly against the other side. Not claws, fingernails. Then came 3 quiet knocks. My chest tightened instantly. Same rhythm again. The motel. The station. Now here. A voice whispered softly through the door. "Please." A woman's voice. Weak. Crying. I hesitated, then slowly opened the door. The second passenger car looked older. Much older. Wood-paneled walls instead of metal. Dim yellow lamps instead of overhead lights. And every passenger inside this car looked wrong. Their skin had turned pale gray. Dark stains spread across their clothes. Some faces looked bruised. Others looked waterlogged somehow, like they'd been submerged for years. Still, every single passenger stared forward silently, still not blinking. The crying came from farther ahead now. I moved between the seats carefully, and that was when I noticed the hands. Several passengers gripped the armrests so tightly, their fingernails had broken off. Dark streaks stained the metal beneath their fingers. One woman's mouth hung slightly open. Inside her throat, packed dirt. I backed away instinctively. The train lights dimmed again. Then all the passengers turned toward me together. Not quickly, slowly. Dozens of heads rotating in perfect silence until every dead-eyed face stared directly at me. My body locked completely. Nobody blinked. Nobody breathed. Then all at once, they smiled. Not naturally. Too wide. Too slow. Like people remembering how smiles are supposed to work. A child near the aisle whispered softly, "It knows you're here now." The lights went out. Darkness swallowed the train completely. Immediately, the whispering started around me. Hundreds of overlapping voices in the dark. Some crying. Some laughing softly. Some begging. I couldn't tell where the sounds came from anymore. Hands brushed lightly against my coat as something moved between the seats. Cold fingers. Human fingers. Then somewhere ahead in the darkness, a door slowly opened. Pale light spilled faintly into the car. And for one split second, I saw a massive shape standing at the far end of the train. Too tall for the ceiling. Its body bent unnaturally sideways between the seats. Long arms dragging across the floor. No face. Only darkness where the head should have been. The passengers all turned forward again instantly. Frozen. Silent. The lights flickered back on. Everything looked normal again. Except now, every passenger was staring at me through the reflection in the windows instead of directly with their real eyes. And none of their reflections matched their faces anymore. The train slowed without warning. Not with brakes. Not with the normal sounds of metal grinding or wheels screaming against rails. It simply began moving slower, like something outside was pulling it gently to a stop. The passengers around me stayed frozen in their seats, still staring ahead, still smiling faintly. But now their reflections in the windows had changed again. Their real bodies sat motionless. Their reflections whispered, lips moving silently in the black glass beside them. I looked away immediately. My chest felt tight. Every instinct told me not to watch the windows too long. The overhead lights flickered weakly above the aisle. Then a voice spoke beside me. "You made it farther than the others." I turned sharply. The old woman from earlier was looking directly at me now. Not her reflection. Her real face. Up close, her skin looked paper-thin and pale blue beneath the dim lights. She held an old handbag tightly in her lap. "I don't understand this place," I whispered. Her eyes drifted toward the front of the train. No one does at first. The train continued slowing. Outside the windows, darkness began changing shape. Not trees anymore. Buildings. Soft lights glowing far away through thick fog. My stomach tightened instantly. A town. The old woman noticed my expression. "Don't follow the lights," she said softly. Before I could answer, her face froze again. Perfectly still. Like life had been switched off inside her. The train finally stopped. Silence flooded the cars immediately. No movement. No sound. Just weak electrical buzzing overhead. Then every passenger stood up at once. The motion happened together, so perfectly it made my skin crawl. Rows of people rising silently, in complete synchronization. None looking at each other. None blinking. The little girl with the stuffed rabbit stepped into the aisle first. Others followed behind her slowly. I backed away instinctively as the passengers shuffled toward the exit doors at the front of the car. Their movements looked stiff now. Not human. Like puppets remembering how walking works. One man's arm bent the wrong direction as he carried his suitcase. A woman's shoes scraped backward against the floor with each step. Still nobody spoke. The train doors slid open. Cold fog rolled inside immediately. And beyond the doors, the town waited. I don't know how else to describe it except wrong. Everything looked almost normal at first glance. Small streets, telephone poles, rows of old houses stretching into mist. But every building stood completely empty. No cars, no people, no movement. Soft yellow lights glowed behind curtains inside every home despite the silence. The passengers stepped off the train one by one and disappeared into the town. None hesitated, like they already knew where they belonged. The little girl vanished between two houses, clutching her rabbit. The businessman carrying the old newspaper walked slowly down the center of the street until fog swallowed him completely. Then all at once, the train behind me went dark. Every light inside flickered out together. I turned around quickly. The windows now reflected only blackness. No passengers remained inside. Only me. A low metallic groan echoed somewhere deeper in the train. That thing was still here, moving again. I stepped off the train immediately. Cold air wrapped around me like wet cloth. The town smelled strange. Wood smoke, rain, and something sour underneath, like standing water trapped in basements. The train door slammed shut behind me. I spun around. The dark windows reflected the town lights softly. And for one horrible second, I saw dozens of faces pressed against the inside glass staring at me. Then the train began moving again, slowly pulling away into fog without a sound, leaving me alone in the town. Panic rose hard in my chest now. I started walking immediately. The streets felt damp beneath my boots. Every house looked abandoned. Paint peeling, porches sagging, windows dusty, but warm yellow light glowed inside all of them. One porch swing creaked softly, though no wind moved. I passed an old grocery store with rotten produce still sitting behind the windows. A barber shop with rusted scissors laid neatly beside an empty chair. A church stood farther uphill, with all its doors hanging open. The bell tower above it leaned sideways, slightly like it had been sinking for years. Yet lights still burned inside. Everywhere, as if the town expected people to return any minute. I kept hearing things behind me. Soft footsteps. But whenever I turned around, the street stayed empty. Then I noticed the snow. Tiny white flakes drifting through the air. I held out my hand instinctively. Ash, not snow. The ash landed softly across rooftops and sidewalks without sound. A distant radio crackled faintly from somewhere nearby. Old music, static-filled and warped. I followed the sound carefully down another street. That's when I saw the bicycles. Dozens of them. Children's bikes scattered across a front yard, rust covering their chains. One still leaned against an open gate like someone had dropped it and never returned. Something about that sight disturbed me more than the empty houses, because suddenly this place felt interrupted, not abandoned. Paused. I approached the nearest house slowly. Warm light glowed behind thin curtains. Inside, I could hear faint movement. Silverware clinking softly. A chair scraping the floor. Someone was there. Relief hit me so fast it almost hurt. I stepped onto the porch carefully and knocked. The sounds inside stopped immediately. Silence. Hello. Nothing answered. I knocked again. The floorboards creaked softly beneath me. Then very slowly, the curtain beside the door moved. Only slightly. Someone stood behind it, watching me. I could see the outline clearly. Tall, thin, motionless. Please, I whispered. I just need help. The figure didn't move. Then softly, 3 knocks came from inside the house. Same rhythm again. My blood went cold instantly. I stepped backward off the porch. The curtain twitched once more. And suddenly, I realized something horrifying. The figure behind the curtain wasn't standing inside the room. It was standing upside down on the ceiling, its head tilted unnaturally toward the window. I stumbled backward into the street. The porch light shut off instantly. Then every light in the entire neighborhood went dark together. Complete darkness swallowed the town. My breathing became sharp and shallow. All around me, doors slowly creaked open, one after another. Houses lining both sides of the street, opening themselves silently into the dark. Then the whispering started. Dozens of voices drifting through the town together. Not loud, soft enough to almost mistake for wind. I couldn't understand most of the words, except one phrase repeating over and over. Stay until morning. But deep down, I already knew morning never came here. A faint glow appeared at the end of the street. Not sunlight. The train station. Another station, smaller than Blackwater. Its sign barely visible through fog. Pine Reach. My grandfather's whispered name. The station lights flickered weakly in the distance, while the town around me slowly filled with moving shadows emerging from the open houses. And standing near the station platform, waiting motionless beneath the pale lights, was my grandfather. The old man at the antique shop refused to touch the journal with his bare hands. That was the first thing that unsettled me. He used a cloth instead, a faded gray rag wrapped carefully around the leather cover while he carried it from the back room. The shop itself already felt strange enough. Dust hung thick in the air. Old clocks ticked out of rhythm on crooked walls. Rain tapped softly against the front windows, while the sea groaned somewhere beyond the harbor outside. I almost left the moment I walked in. But then I saw the journal sitting behind the glass cabinet near the counter. Dark blue leather, salt stains around the edges, and one word carved faintly into the cover. Gull Reef. I stared at it longer than I meant to, because I knew that name. Everybody along the coast knew it. A cluster of black rocks nearly 2 miles offshore, sharp enough to tear ships apart during storms. There used to be a lighthouse there decades ago, before it burned down under strange circumstances. At least that's what locals said. Most people avoided talking about Gull Reef for too long, especially fishermen. The old shop owner noticed me staring. "You don't want that thing," he said quietly. His voice sounded dry, like he hadn't spoken much in years. I smiled a little awkwardly. "Looks interesting." That's usually how it starts. The way he said it made my stomach tighten slightly. I laughed anyway. "Starts." He didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced toward the rain-covered windows, toward the ocean beyond town. Then softly, the sounds. Something cold moved through my chest then. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like hearing part of a sentence your brain somehow remembers before understanding why. I pointed toward the journal. "Who wrote it?" The old man hesitated. "The lighthouse keeper." Rain hammered harder outside suddenly. The clocks around the shop ticked unevenly together. One stopped completely. The old man looked at it immediately, nervously. That bothered me more than anything else. I should have walked away. Instead, I asked the price. The old man frowned instantly. "You really shouldn't take it home." "Why?" He stared at the journal for several long seconds before answering. Because he heard them too. The silence afterward stretched uncomfortably. I expected him to smile, to admit he was joking. But he didn't. Finally, he wrapped the journal carefully in brown paper and slid it across the counter toward me. "Whatever you do," he whispered, "don't read it near the water." The storm worsened by the time I left the shop. Wind pushed cold rain sideways through the narrow harbor streets, while fishing boats rocked violently against wooden docks. The town itself looked half asleep. Most windows dark. Most businesses closed early because of the weather. Only the sea stayed awake. I could hear it everywhere. Heavy waves crashing against cliffs beyond town. Deeper, restless, alive somehow. My motel sat near the edge of the harbor, overlooking the water. Old building, thin walls, the kind of place that smells permanently damp. I made coffee, locked the door, and placed the journal on the small desk beside the bed. For nearly 20 minutes, I just stared at it. Something about the cover disturbed me. Not because it looked evil, because it looked worn, handled too often, like someone kept returning to it despite wanting to stop. Finally, curiosity won. I opened it carefully. The first page contained only a date. October 4th, 1978. The handwriting underneath looked shaky but neat. "The sea has changed tonight." That line alone pulled me deeper immediately. The next pages described ordinary things at first. Fog rolling across Gull Reef. Supply boats arriving late. Storm warnings from the mainland. But then the entries slowly changed. October 11th. The sounds returned beneath the lighthouse after midnight. Not waves, not pipes, something knocking from below the rocks. October 14th. I heard singing from the water during low tide. October 16th. I made the mistake of answering it. I stopped reading there. Rain battered the motel windows harder now. The ocean outside sounded louder somehow. I took a slow breath and looked around the room. Everything normal. Coffee steaming beside the bed. TV glowing quietly in the corner. Nothing strange. Yet unease settled deeper into me anyway. I kept reading. The keeper described waking every night at exactly 3:14 a.m. Always to the same sound. Knocking beneath the lighthouse floor. 3 slow knocks. Then silence. Then 3 more. A pattern. The entries became shorter after that. Messier. Like fear itself was interrupting his thoughts. October 21st. Something walks outside after the fog arrives. October 23rd. The birds stopped landing on Gull Reef. October 24th. I saw faces beneath the water tonight. That line made me pause again. I rubbed tiredness from my eyes. Part of me wanted to laugh it off. Storm isolation. Cabin fever. The lighthouse keeper probably lost his mind alone out there. But another part of me couldn't stop imagining him writing these pages by lantern light, while waves crashed endlessly outside. Then I noticed something folded between 2 pages near the back. A photograph, old and faded from seawater damage. The lighthouse stood on Gull Reef beneath heavy fog. At first the image looked normal. Then I saw them. Figures standing near the rocks below the lighthouse. At least 6 people. Maybe more. All facing the ocean. None wearing coats, despite the storm visible in the photo. I leaned closer, and immediately wished I hadn't, because none of the figures cast reflections in the wet rocks around them. My motel room suddenly felt colder. I looked toward the window instinctively. Outside, rain blurred the harbor lights into pale smears across black water. Then came the sound. Knocking. 3 slow taps. I froze completely. The noise came from somewhere nearby. Not the door. The wall beside the bed. 3 knocks, then silence. My heartbeat quickened painfully. The journal lay open across my lap now. Another 3 knocks echoed softly through the wall. I stood immediately. Hello? No answer. Just rain. I moved toward the wall carefully. The knocking stopped completely. Maybe pipes. Old motel buildings always made strange noises during storms. I told myself that twice. Still didn't believe it. Then my eyes drifted back toward the journal. Toward one line I hadn't noticed earlier. The sounds become louder when acknowledged. A chill spread slowly across my arms. I closed the journal immediately. The room went quiet again. Almost peaceful. Relief washed through me for a moment. Then the motel lights flickered. Just once. And during that brief second of darkness, I heard waves crashing directly beneath my room. Not outside. Underneath. Like the sea had somehow risen below the floorboards. The lights steadied again. Everything normal. But now I noticed something wet trailing across the carpet near the bathroom door. A thin line of seawater. Fresh. My mouth went dry instantly. Slowly. Very slowly. I looked toward the bathroom. The door stood slightly open now. I was absolutely certain it had been closed before. Another knock echoed softly. This time from inside the bathroom. 3 slow taps. Then silence. And beneath the door, something dark shifted slightly in the shallow puddle of seawater. I heard the bell for the first time exactly at midnight. Not from the lighthouse tower. Not from the harbor. From somewhere deep beneath the ocean itself. The sound rolled upward through the rocks below Gull Reef, like something waking under the sea. Low, heavy, ancient. I sat upright immediately inside the small bunk room, near the top of the abandoned lighthouse. Every hair along my arm stood up. The storm outside had finally weakened an hour earlier, leaving only fog drifting across the reef in slow white waves. The silence afterward should have felt peaceful. Instead, it felt like the world was listening. Then the bell rang again. Dong. The glass lantern room above me vibrated softly. Dust drifted from the ceiling beams. I looked toward the narrow window beside the bed. Nothing outside, except fog and black water stretching endlessly around the reef. But deep down beneath the crashing waves, something had made that sound. I checked my watch. 12:00 exactly. My chest tightened slowly, because the journal had mentioned bells too. One entry near the back had been almost impossible to read through water stains and faded ink. The bell beneath the waves rings only after midnight. Do not answer it. At the time, I assumed the lighthouse keeper meant warning bells from ships offshore. Now I wasn't so sure. The bell echoed a 3rd time. Longer now. Closer somehow. I stood and grabbed my flashlight immediately. The abandoned lighthouse groaned quietly around me, while wind hissed through cracks in the stone walls. I shouldn't have stayed there. Even during daylight, the place felt wrong. The supply boat captain who dropped me off that morning refused to come near the dock itself. He made me jump onto the slippery rocks while he shouted nervous warnings over the engine noise. "If you hear bells," he yelled, "leave before morning." Then he sped away immediately. At the time, I thought the locals were just feeding another coastal ghost story to a tourist. That confidence was gone now. I climbed the narrow spiral stairs toward the lantern room carefully. Each step creaked beneath my weight. The air smelled damp and salty inside the tower. Older than normal seawater somehow. Like water trapped underground for centuries. The bell rang again. Dong. This time I felt it through the floor. a vibration rising from beneath the lighthouse itself. Not distant anymore. Below me. I reached the lantern room and pushed open the rusted metal door. Cold fog rolled inside immediately. The massive light lens was long gone, leaving only broken glass and rusted machinery beneath the domed ceiling. Outside, Gull Reef disappeared almost completely beneath drifting fog. The sea looked black, endless, but something moved far below the cliffs surrounding the lighthouse. At first, I thought it was waves breaking against rocks. Then I realized the movement had rhythm. Slow shapes rising and sinking beneath the water surface. Circling the reef. Another bell tolled. Closer still. My flashlight trembled slightly in my hand now. I scanned the water carefully. And then I saw it. A light, deep beneath the ocean. Faint yellow glowing far below the surface, like an old lantern swinging underwater. The fog shifted around the lighthouse suddenly. For a horrible second. More lights appeared beneath the sea. Dozens, moving slowly in darkness below the reef. My stomach turned cold instantly. The journal, the faces beneath the water. The keeper hadn't imagined it. The lights drifted together silently beneath the waves before vanishing again into darkness. The bell stopped. Silence flooded the reef immediately. No wind. No waves. Nothing. Even the ocean itself seemed frozen. Then came the footsteps, directly below me inside the lighthouse. Slow, heavy, climbing the spiral staircase. I backed away from the stairwell entrance instinctively. My heartbeat hammered painfully now. The footsteps continued upward, one step at a time. Wet, I could hear water dripping between each movement. Drip, step, drip, step. I swallowed hard and aimed the flashlight downward. Nothing visible yet. Only darkness twisting down through the center of the staircase. But the sound kept coming closer. The smell reached me next. Rotten seawater, like dead fish left too long in the sun. Then the footsteps stopped completely, just below the lantern room. Waiting, I held my breath without realizing it. Seconds passed, maybe longer. Then slowly, something knocked against the metal staircase beneath me. 3 times. My pulse nearly exploded in my throat. The exact same pattern from the motel. 3 slow knocks. I stepped backward toward the outer railing of the lantern room. Who's there? My voice sounded weak immediately. No answer came. Only dripping water below. Then softly, a voice whispered from the darkness under the stairs. Keeper. The word barely sounded human. More like seawater trying to speak. My chest tightened hard, because the voice hadn't called my name. It thought I was someone else. The old lighthouse keeper. Another knock echoed below. 3 taps again. Then silence. I forced myself closer to the stairwell opening despite every instinct screaming not to. The flashlight beam shook violently now as I aimed it downward. At first I saw nothing. Then the light caught something pale, gripping the railing below. Fingers, long, gray, swollen with seawater. Human fingers. The hand disappeared instantly back into darkness. I stumbled away from the stairs immediately. My breathing became fast and shallow. The voice returned. Closer now. Why did you leave us? A wet scraping sound echoed below. Something climbing again. I ran. Not downward. Up. A rusted ladder led higher into the small maintenance hatch above the lantern dome. I climbed quickly, shoving the hatch open with my shoulder before pulling myself onto the roof of the lighthouse. Cold wind slammed into me instantly. Fog drifted heavily across the reef now. The ocean below looked invisible, except for pale foam crashing against rocks far beneath. I crouched low against the slick metal roof, trying to steady my breathing. Then the hatch below me creaked open slowly. Water dripped onto the ladder beneath. Something was climbing out. I backed away carefully, across the curved surface of the dome. And then I saw the figure emerge. Tall, thin, wrapped in rotting lighthouse keeper, clothing dark with seawater stains. Its skin looked stretched tight against its skull. Seaweed hung from its shoulders. But the worst part was the face, because half of it was missing, like something had eaten away the flesh years earlier. Yet its remaining eye stayed fixed directly on me. Not angry, lonely. The creature tilted its head slowly. You heard the bell. Its voice sounded clearer now. Sad almost. I couldn't move. Could barely breathe. The thing took another slow step across the roof toward me. Water poured from its clothes, continuously despite the dry wind. Then more shapes appeared below along the rocks surrounding the lighthouse. Figures climbing silently from the sea. Dozens of them. Human outlines covered in seaweed and black water. All moving toward the tower together. The bell rang again beneath the ocean. Dong. This time, the figures stopped climbing instantly. Every head turned toward the sea. Listening. The keeper's ruined face twitched strangely. Fear. Something beneath the water frightened even them. The bell rang once more. And far below the reef, a massive dark shape moved slowly beneath the waves. Not a whale. Far larger. The ocean's surface bulged upward around it unnaturally before settling again. The drowned figures began whispering together immediately. Soft panicked murmurs carried upward through fog. It's waking. It heard the bell. Hide from the deep. The ruined keeper looked back at me suddenly. Its remaining eye filled with something close to desperation. Then it whispered the words that froze my blood completely. You brought it back with you. The figures first appeared 3 nights after I heard the bell beneath the ocean. At least I think it was 3 nights. Time felt wrong on Gull Reef. The fog never fully cleared anymore. Daylight barely reached the lighthouse windows. Even at noon, the world outside looked gray and drowned. And every midnight, the bell rang beneath the sea. Dong. Always once at first. Then silence. Like something deep underwater was waiting for an answer. I stopped sleeping after the second night. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of dark water pressing against glass, and faces floating beneath it, watching me. That evening the ocean was unusually calm. No wind, no gulls. Even the waves sounded softer somehow, like the sea itself was exhausted. I stood inside the lantern room, wrapped in an old blanket I found downstairs, staring across the reef through dirty glass windows. The sun should have been setting, but there was no sunset. Just the same endless gray light hanging over the ocean. Then slowly, fog began crawling across the water again. Not drifting naturally, moving in long, narrow lines toward the lighthouse. My stomach tightened immediately. Something about the fog felt intentional now, like it knew where I was. I checked my watch. 11:47 p.m. Almost midnight. I thought about leaving. The supply boat wasn't due for another 4 days, but there was still the emergency rowboat tied near the rocks below the lighthouse. The problem was the tide. At night, the sea around Gull Reef changed completely. Waves crashed harder. Rocks disappeared underwater. Sharp currents twisted through the reef like invisible rivers. The old keeper's journal warned about it repeatedly. Never leave after the bell. I still didn't fully understand why. But deep inside, I knew the warning mattered. The fog thickened outside the windows. Then I saw movement near the shoreline below. At first I thought they were rocks, dark shapes standing along the surf. But rocks don't move closer. I stepped nearer to the glass slowly. There were people down there, at least 6 of them, standing knee-deep in seawater beside the reef, perfectly still, facing the lighthouse. My heartbeat slowed into a heavy, sick feeling. They weren't moving naturally, not shifting weight, not reacting to waves. The ocean crashed directly against them, yet they remained frozen in place, like statues buried in the surf. Another shape appeared farther down the rocks. Then another. The fog shifted slightly, revealing more figures standing silently along the water. 10, maybe 15 now, all facing upward toward the lighthouse, watching. The bell rang beneath the ocean. Dong. The sound vibrated through the tower walls immediately, and every figure below tilted its head upward at the exact same moment. I stumbled backward from the window. My mouth had gone dry. Something moved behind me suddenly. I spun around hard. Nothing there. Just the empty lantern room and rusted machinery. But now I could hear it again. Soft, dripping sounds from below the staircase. Drip, drip, drip. The drowned keeper. He had been appearing every night since the roof incident. Never attacking. Never rushing toward me. Only watching. Sometimes standing silently near doorways. Sometimes visible through reflection in old lighthouse glass. Once I woke up and found seawater pooled beside my bed. Footprints led back toward the stairs. I never heard him arrive or leave. Another bell toll echoed upward. Dong. The figures outside began moving. Slowly, together, they stepped from the surf onto the rocks surrounding the lighthouse. I grabbed the flashlight immediately and rushed downstairs toward the main entrance. My breathing grew faster with every step. The lighthouse interior felt colder now. The stone walls sweated moisture. And somewhere below me, someone whispered softly. Not one voice. Many. I reached the lower level and stopped near the heavy front door. The whispering outside grew louder. Not words yet, just wet murmuring, like people talking underwater. My flashlight beam shook across the room, then froze. The keeper stood near the opposite wall, completely still. Water dripped from his coat onto the floorboards. His ruined face looked worse now, more skin missing along one side of his jaw. But his remaining eye stayed fixed on me carefully, almost urgently. The tide is changing, he whispered. I swallowed hard. What are they? The keeper didn't answer immediately. Outside, something scraped slowly against the lighthouse walls. More whispers followed, then soft knocking. Dozens of hands tapping gently against stone. The keeper finally spoke again. They hear the bell. Another scrape outside. Higher now. Something climbing. I backed toward the stairs instinctively. The keeper stepped closer suddenly. I nearly screamed, but he only pointed toward the window beside the door. Don't let them see your face. My chest tightened. What happens if they do? The keeper stared silently for several seconds, then quietly said, They remember you. A loud splash exploded outside. Then another. I rushed to the window despite myself. The flashlight beam swept across the reef below. The figures had surrounded the lighthouse completely now. At least 20 of them. Men, women, children, all standing motionless among the rocks. Their clothes hung soaked against pale bodies. Some looked old. Others looked disturbingly fresh, like they had entered the water only hours earlier. But none of them blinked. None moved. Every face stared upward toward the lighthouse windows. Toward me. Then slowly, one of the figures raised its arm. A woman near the edge of the surf. Her skin looked gray beneath dripping black hair. And in her hand, she held a lantern glowing faint yellow underwater. The exact same lights I had seen beneath the sea. More lanterns appeared among the crowd below. One by one, soft yellow lights swaying gently in darkness. The whispers grew louder outside immediately. Not random anymore. Names. They were whispering names. Over and over. I listened carefully. Some sounded ancient. Others sounded recent. Then suddenly, I heard mine. Cold panic rushed through my body instantly. The voices repeated it softly from outside the lighthouse. Again. 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 Like they were learning it. The keeper grabbed my arm suddenly. His touch felt freezing cold through my sleeve. You answered the bell, he whispered harshly. Now they know you. The lights outside began moving toward the entrance. Slow footsteps scraped across wet rocks. The front door trembled slightly beneath gentle pressure from outside. Not pounding. Not violent. Just patient. Like they knew eventually I would open it. I pulled away from the keeper. How do I stop this? His ruined eye lowered toward the floor. You leave before the deep wakes fully. Another bell toll echoed upward. Dong. The entire lighthouse shook this time. Dust rained from the ceiling. Outside, every lantern suddenly went dark at once. Complete blackness swallowed the reef. Then came the sound. Something enormous moving beneath the water around the island. Not swimming. Sliding. The ocean surface churned violently beyond the fall. The drowned figures turned toward the sea immediately. And for the first time, I saw fear on their faces. A child near the rocks backed away slowly from the shoreline. Another figure dropped its lantern completely. The keeper stared toward the ocean with quiet horror. It's closer tonight, he whispered. The water outside bulged upward unnaturally. Far too high for normal waves. Something massive passed beneath the surface, surrounding the reef. I only caught pieces of it through fog. Dark shapes. Length impossible to measure. Then suddenly, a human arm burst upward from the water. Not attached to anything. Just an arm reaching blindly above the surface before vanishing again. Then another. And another. Dozens of pale hands reaching upward briefly from the sea. The drowned figures outside began whispering faster now. Panicked. Desperate. One of them looked directly toward the lighthouse window beside me. Its mouth opened slowly, and in a voice filled with seawater, it whispered, "Hide." The bell rang again beneath the ocean, louder than ever before. Dong. This time the lighthouse, light above us, flickered on by itself. A massive beam cut through the fog and swept across the ocean. And for one horrible second, the beam illuminated something beneath the water surrounding Gull Reef. Not a creature. A face, large enough to stretch beneath the waves beside the entire reef. Pale, human. Its eyes were open and looking directly at the lighthouse. The road disappeared behind me long before sunset. At first I thought the dust storm had simply covered the tracks. But after an hour of driving, I looked back through the cracked side mirror and realized something worse. There were no tracks at all anymore. Not mine. Not anyone's. Just endless sand moving slowly across the empty desert like pale smoke. That was the moment I almost turned around. I should have. The old police report sat folded beside me on the passenger seat, stained yellow from age and heat. I had found it inside a courthouse archived 2 weeks earlier while researching abandoned settlements in the Western Flats. Most of the file was ordinary. Missing livestock, buried roads, families relocating after drought. Then near the end, one paragraph changed everything. Officers sent to Briar Flats reported hearing voices beneath the sand at night. Settlement abandoned shortly after. Area now inaccessible due to drifting dunes. No coordinates. No follow-up. No explanation. Just signatures at the bottom from 3 deputies, who later vanished themselves 6 months later. That part never left my head. So eventually I packed supplies, rented a truck, and followed old county maps deep into the desert until roads stopped existing. Now dusk was falling around me, and Briar Flats still hadn't appeared. Only sand. Miles and miles of empty drifting sand. The wind outside sounded strange too. Not strong. Soft. Almost whispering. I rolled the window up tighter. The truck rattled across uneven ground, while the sky slowly darkened into bruised purple above the desert. Then suddenly, the radio turned on by itself. Static exploded through the speakers. I jumped hard and nearly swerved off the buried road. Damn it! I reached for the knob immediately. But before I touched it, the static changed. Voices. Faint. Broken. Below. Then silence again. I froze. The speakers crackled softly for several seconds before going dead completely. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. Probably interference. Old truck. Dust storm. That explanation sounded weak even inside my own head. The sun disappeared completely behind distant dunes. Darkness spread fast afterward. Desert nights always arrive suddenly, but this felt unnatural. Like the light was being swallowed. I turned on the headlights and finally saw the first building, half buried beneath sand ahead of me. My pulse quickened instantly. A wooden water tower leaned sideways in the distance, beside several dark rooftops, barely visible above the dunes. Briar Flats. After all these years, it was still there. Or what remained of it. I parked near the edge of town carefully. The engine ticking softly after shutdown sounded strangely loud in the silence. No insects. No birds. No wind anymore. The desert had gone completely still. I stepped outside slowly. Cold air wrapped around me immediately. That surprised me. The desert should have still held heat from the day. Instead, the air felt cool and damp somehow, like underground air rising from deep caves. Sand shifted softly around my boots while I grabbed my flashlight and backpack from the truck. Most of the settlement had been swallowed by dunes completely. Only upper floors and rooftops remained visible. Telephone poles stuck from the sand at crooked angles like dead trees. A church steeple rose farther back in town, half buried, its bell tower empty. I moved carefully between buildings, while the flashlight beam swept across broken windows and drifting sand. The place didn't look abandoned naturally. It looked hidden, like the desert had tried to erase it. Then I noticed something strange. There were no animal tracks anywhere. No coyotes. No snakes. Nothing living crossed the sand around Briar Flats. The silence pressed harder the deeper I walked into town. I found the sheriff's office near the center of the settlement. At least part of it. Only the upper floor remained above the dunes. I climbed through a broken window carefully. Dust covered everything inside. Old desks, collapsed shelves, faded wanted posters hanging crooked on walls. My flashlight drifted across scattered papers, buried beneath sand drifts inside the office. Then stopped. Footprints. Fresh ones. I crouched immediately. Someone had walked through there recently. The prints disappeared deeper into the building, where darkness swallowed the hallway. A cold knot formed slowly in my stomach. I was supposed to be alone. The flashlight trembled slightly while I followed the tracks. Every step creaked softly beneath layers of sand covering the floorboards. Then I heard it. A sound beneath my feet. Not movement. Whispering. So faint I almost convinced myself it was wind outside. But there was no wind anymore. I stopped walking. The whispers stopped too. Silence returned immediately. I waited. Nothing. My breathing sounded too loud now. Then softly, very softly, the whispers returned beneath the floorboards. More than one voice. Maybe dozens. Murmuring underneath the building itself. I backed away instinctively. The old police report flashed through my mind again. Voices beneath the sand. My flashlight moved across the floor slowly. And that's when I saw the cracks. Long fractures running between the wooden boards. Not natural settling. The floor beneath the sheriff's office had shifted upward from below, as if something underneath had been pushing against it. The whispering grew slightly louder, still impossible to understand clearly. But one word repeated over and over. Down. I stepped backward immediately. The floor creaked sharply beneath my boot. Then suddenly, a loud knock came from underneath the boards. I nearly fell trying to get away. 3 knocks. Slow. Deliberate. My chest tightened painfully. Someone was under the building. Or something. Another knock sounded beneath the floor. Closer this time. Dust drifted from the ceiling beams. Then silence again. I hurried back toward the front room without thinking. The flashlight beam shook wildly across the walls. I reached the broken window and climbed outside fast, boots sliding through loose sand. Only when I reached the street again did I finally breathe properly. The town looked darker now. The moon had disappeared behind clouds of drifting dust overhead. Most of Briar Flats vanished into shadow, except for shapes barely visible beneath the dunes. Then I noticed the lights. Farther down the street, a faint yellow glow inside one of the buried buildings. I stared at it for several seconds. Impossible. No electricity should still exist out there. The glow flickered once behind dusty curtains. Like lantern light. I should have gone back to the truck immediately. Instead, I started walking toward it. The sand shifted quietly around my boots. The deeper I moved into town, the stranger the air smelled. Dry dust mixed with something wet underneath. Like rain trapped underground for years. The glowing building turned out to be an old diner, nearly buried beneath sand. Only the top half remained visible. Light leaked through cracks in boarded windows, and the front door stood slightly open. I stopped several feet away. My pulse hammered harder now. Someone was definitely there. Then the whispering returned. Not underground this time. Inside the diner. Soft voices talking quietly together. I moved closer without realizing it. The door creaked gently in the darkness. The whispers stopped immediately. Complete silence flooded the street again. Slowly, the diner door opened wider by itself. Warm yellow light spilled across the sand, and somewhere deep below Briar Flats, something knocked 3 times beneath the earth. The first thing I noticed was the silence inside the church. Not outside. Outside, the wind still moved across Briar Flats in long, dry breaths. Sand hissed over broken pavement. Old signs creaked somewhere far down the empty street. But the moment I stepped through the church doors, the world became strangely muffled, like someone had wrapped thick cloth around my ears. Even my footsteps sounded wrong. Soft, distant. I stood still for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. The building smelled old, not rotten exactly, just sealed, like dust trapped inside a forgotten box for too many years. My flashlight beam slid slowly across the pews. Every bench was covered in sand. Thin dunes had formed along the floor, shaped by years of wind slipping through cracks in the walls. The altar at the front leaned slightly to one side. Behind it hung a massive wooden cross, except it wasn't really a cross anymore. The top beam had been removed. Only the vertical post remained. I stared at it longer than I should have. Something about that bothered me more than it should have. The church felt unfinished, wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I swallowed and stepped farther inside. The doors groaned softly behind me as the wind pushed against them. That sound made me jump harder than I wanted to admit. I laughed quietly under my breath after a second, trying to calm myself down, but the sound of my own voice faded too quickly in there, like the church was swallowing noise. I kept moving. My flashlight found old hymn books scattered across the pews. Most were ruined by moisture and sand. Pages curled inward like dried leaves. Then I noticed something strange near the front row. A pile of photographs. Dozens of them. Maybe more. I crouched beside them slowly. Black and white portraits stared back at me. Families. Children. Farmers standing beside trucks. School pictures. Wedding photos. The people in the pictures all looked normal at first glance. Then I saw the eyes. Every single face had the eyes scratched out. Not torn, not burned. Scratched. Deep circles carved violently into the paper until only white holes remained. I picked one up carefully. A woman stood beside a fence holding a little girl's hand. Their clothes looked like they came from the 70s maybe. Both faces were untouched except for the eyes. The scratches were deep enough to almost tear through the photograph completely. I felt cold suddenly. Not physically, just inside my chest. Because the scratches didn't feel random. They felt angry. I looked around the empty church again. The silence seemed thicker now. Then I noticed more photos pinned along the walls. Hundreds of them, all with ruined eyes. My flashlight trembled slightly in my hand. "Who did this?" I whispered. The church gave no answer. But somewhere deeper inside the building, I heard a soft creak. I froze. The sound came again. Wood shifting slowly. Not loud. Not sudden. Just enough to tell me I wasn't alone in there. I turned the flashlight toward the back hallway beside the altar. Darkness waited there. The narrow corridor disappeared into shadow. For a moment, I thought I saw movement. Something pale slipping behind the corner. Then it was gone. I stood completely still. My brain tried to explain it away. Exhaustion, stress, shadows moving with the flashlight. But another part of me remembered the police report. The deputy who vanished after entering Briar Flats. The final sentence in his notes. The people here hide their eyes now. I suddenly didn't want to be inside that church anymore. But curiosity held me there. That was the problem with Briar Flats. Every terrifying thing pulled you deeper, instead of pushing you away. I moved toward the hallway carefully. Each step disturbed thin trails of sand across the wooden floorboards. The corridor beyond the altar was narrow and lined with small rooms, an office, a storage closet, a tiny kitchen coated in dust. Then I reached the final door. It was slightly open. A weak scratching sound came from inside. I felt my stomach tighten. The sound stopped the moment I touched the door. Slowly, I pushed it open. The room beyond was tiny. Maybe an old prayer room. A desk sat against the wall beneath a cracked window. Papers covered the floor. Candles melted long ago across wooden shelves. And sitting in the far corner was an old woman. I almost shouted. She didn't move, didn't blink. She just sat there facing the wall. Her gray dress hung loosely from her body. Thin white hair rested against her shoulders. For one horrible second, I thought she was dead. Then she spoke. You shouldn't look at their faces too long. Her voice sounded dry and weak. I couldn't move. She turned her head slightly toward me, and I realized her eyes were covered with cloth, a black strip tied tightly around her head. My mouth felt dry. I thought this place was abandoned, I said quietly. It is. The answer came immediately. The woman slowly lifted one trembling hand and pointed toward the photographs scattered around the room. They stayed after the town left. I stared at her. What does that mean? The old woman didn't answer right away. Wind moaned softly outside the church walls. Finally, she spoke again. The sand came first, then the dreams. I stepped closer carefully. What dreams? She tilted her covered face downward. At night, people heard voices under the ground, calling from beneath their homes. My chest tightened slightly. The same whispers from the police report. The woman continued softly. They said something lived below Briar Flats long before the town existed, buried deep, sleeping beneath the dunes. The room suddenly felt colder. I glanced toward the hallway behind me. Still empty, still silent. People started changing, she whispered. They stopped sleeping, stopped talking. They covered mirrors, locked windows. Then they began scratching out the eyes in every photograph. I looked back at the ruined pictures around the church. Why? The old woman slowly touched the black cloth over her eyes. Because they believed it could see through them. My skin prickled instantly. A long silence followed. I realized I could hear breathing in the room. Not just hers, mine, and something else. Very faint, from underneath the floorboards. I looked down immediately. The sound vanished. My pulse quickened. You hear it too now, the woman whispered. I backed away a step. What is under this town? The woman's head tilted slightly. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. It learns people by their eyes first. The church creaked loudly somewhere above us. Dust drifted from the ceiling. I turned instinctively toward the doorway. When I looked back, the old woman had lowered her head completely. Motionless again. Almost lifeless. I didn't know what to say anymore. Every instinct told me to leave. But another question kept crawling through my head. How are you still alive here? The old woman gave a weak smile. Because I stopped looking. Then slowly, very slowly, she reached up toward the cloth around her eyes. My heart lurched. Wait, I said immediately. But she was already loosening the knot. The fabric slipped slightly, just enough for me to glimpse darkness beneath. Not eyes, not empty sockets, just darkness, like something deeper than skin, weighted inside her face. I stumbled backward hard enough to hit the desk behind me. Papers scattered across the floor. The old woman suddenly stopped moving. Then her head turned sharply toward the church entrance. Listening. Her voice became very quiet. You stayed too long. The air inside the room changed instantly. The silence disappeared. Something moved outside in the hallway. Slow footsteps, dragging softly through sand. One step, then another. Not rushed, not human sounding either. The old woman pulled the cloth back tightly over her face. They know you can still see. Every muscle in my body locked up. The footsteps came closer. I backed toward the doorway carefully and aimed the flashlight into the hall. At first I saw nothing. Then the beam landed on a figure standing silently between the pews inside the church. 3 people, maybe 4, completely still. I couldn't tell when they had entered. They stood facing my direction without moving. Their clothes looked old, dust-covered, and even from that distance, I could tell something was horribly wrong with their faces. No eyes, only dark scratched hollows. The flashlight shook violently in my hand now. One of the figures tilted its head slowly. Then another step scraped across the church floor. Closer this time. I heard the old woman whisper behind me. They came back for the ones who still look at them. The figures started moving toward the hallway. Slow, dragging, patient, and somewhere beneath the church floorboards, something massive shifted in the darkness below Briar Flats. I heard my own voice talking inside the silo before I even opened the door. At first, I thought it was the wind. The sound was low and broken apart by the dry air moving across Briar Flats. I stood beside the massive grain silo with sand brushing against my boots and listened carefully. The voice came again, soft, almost whispering, and it sounded exactly like me. A cold pressure spread slowly through my chest. The silo stood at the far edge of town, behind a row of collapsing houses. It rose high above the drifting dunes like some rusted tower buried halfway in the earth. The metal walls groaned quietly whenever the wind pushed against them. One side of the structure had peeled open years ago. Jagged sheets of rusted steel hung outward like torn skin. That was where the voice came from. I should have walked away. After what happened in the church, I knew something inside Briar Flats was deeply wrong. Those eyeless figures were still somewhere nearby, maybe watching me from empty windows even now. But the whispers inside the silo kept pulling at me. Not loud enough to understand, just enough to feel familiar. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and moved closer. The wind died the moment I stepped near the opening. That silence again, the same heavy silence from the church. I climbed through the torn metal carefully. Rust flaked off beneath my hands. The inside smelled dry and sour, like old grain left too long in the heat. Darkness swallowed most of the silo. My flashlight beam reached only partway across the enormous circular room. Dust floated through the air like pale smoke. Broken ladders clung to the curved walls leading upward into shadow. Then the whisper came again, right beside my ear this time. Don't turn around. I spun instantly. Nothing behind me. Only darkness and drifting dust. But my heart slammed so hard it hurt. I backed toward the wall slowly, trying to steady my breathing. The silence returned. Then another voice started speaking somewhere above me. 2 people this time, talking quietly, having a conversation. I couldn't understand every word, but I caught pieces. Still down there. He can hear us now. Same as the others. The voices stopped suddenly. A loud metallic creak echoed high overhead. I aimed the flashlight upward fast enough to hurt my wrist. For 1 second, I thought I saw movement crossing the upper catwalk. A figure, tall, thin, then it disappeared behind shadow. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I called out. My voice bounced strangely around the silo walls. "Hello, hello, hello," except one of the echoes answered differently. "Leave." I froze completely. That wasn't an echo. I knew it was. The silo became very still again. Then came another sound. A quiet scraping noise from beneath my feet. I looked down slowly. The floor was covered in layers of sand and old grain dust. Small drifts had formed against the walls over the years, and something underneath them was moving. Not fast. Slowly, like fingers dragging beneath the surface. The sand shifted in a thin line across the floor toward me. I stumbled backward immediately. The movement stopped. My pulse hammered inside my ears now. I suddenly remembered something the old woman in the church had said. It learns people by their eyes first. I kept the flashlight aimed downward. Nothing moved anymore, but I could still feel something under there. Waiting, listening. Then the voices returned. This time they came from all around me. Quiet conversations layered together inside the darkness. Dozens of people whispering at once. Some sounded calm. Others sounded terrified. I caught fragments as they drifted through the silo. "Can't find the road anymore. Buried us before morning. Don't look into the pit." Then I heard a child's voice. "Dad." The word hit me so hard my knees nearly buckled, because it sounded exactly like my son. My son had died 8 years earlier. A drunk driver crossed into our lane during a storm. Some days I still heard the crash in my sleep. And now his voice whispered through the dark silo, like he was standing only a few feet away. "Dad." Tears burned my eyes instantly. "No," I whispered to myself. "No, no." The voice came again. Closer. "Why didn't you come sooner?" I turned toward the sound before I could stop myself. My flashlight beam landed on the far side of the silo. A small figure stood there. Thin, motionless, half hidden by drifting dust. For one horrible moment, my mind believed it was him. I took a step forward automatically. Then the figure moved strangely. Not like a child. Its arms bent too slowly. Its head tilted too far sideways. And I realized it had no face. Only smooth darkness where features should have been. The thing took one soft step toward me. I backed away immediately, breathing hard. The whispers around the silo grew louder. Not angry, excited, like a crowd listening at a door. The faceless figure stopped moving. Then slowly, more shapes appeared behind it. Tall figures emerging from the dust along the walls. Some stood on the catwalk above. Others waited near the floor. Still, silent, watching, or maybe listening. I couldn't tell anymore. My flashlight flickered suddenly. The darkness seemed to move closer with it. One of the voices whispered directly beside me again. "It remembers what hurts you." I turned fast. No one there. Then another voice answered from somewhere above. "That's how it calls people down." A loud crash exploded somewhere deeper inside the silo. I nearly shouted. Metal screamed against metal overhead. Rust rained from the ceiling. One of the old ladders had broken loose. It swung slowly back and forth now, chains groaning softly. And behind it, I saw the pit. My flashlight reached it only for a second. A massive circular hole in the center of the silo floor, half buried under sand. I hadn't noticed it before, The edges were lined with old boards and collapsed supports. Darkness stretched downward forever beneath it. Cold air rose from inside. Not natural cold. Wet cold. Like deep underground tunnels. The whispers instantly became clearer. They were coming from below. Hundreds of voices speaking softly together beneath the earth. I stepped backward slowly, and something inside the pit whispered my name. Not my son's voice this time. Not human at all. Just a deep broken sound, wearing my name like stolen clothing. The faceless figures around the silo turned toward the hole together. Every single one moved at the same time. Then they slowly looked back at me. My flashlight flickered harder now. I realized something terrible then. The figures weren't alive. Not really. Their bodies looked dry, collapsed inward, like people buried underground too long. Sand spilled softly from one figure's sleeve as it shifted. Another had cracked skin stretched tightly across its face like old paper. These weren't ghosts. They were something left behind. The whispers rose louder from beneath the pit. I could finally understand some of them now. Hungry, still sleeping. Bring him lower. The entire silo vibrated suddenly. Dust poured from the ceiling. The deep sound that followed didn't even feel real at first. It was too large, too deep, like some enormous thing breathing far underground. The pit answered with a slow, wet groan. My entire body locked in fear. Something below Briar Flats was alive. Not dead. Not ancient ruins. Alive. The faceless figures began walking toward the pit together. Slow dragging footsteps through sand. One after another. Without resistance. Without fear. Like sleepwalkers answering a call. Then one of them stopped beside me. A woman. Or what used to be one. The skin around her mouth had split badly from dryness. Sand leaked from cracks along her neck. And where her eyes should have been, only deep hollow wounds remained. She leaned slightly toward me. Then in a dry whisper barely louder than breath, she said, "It likes lonely people most." The whispering beneath the silo became deafening. Voices layered over voices. Some crying, some begging, some laughing softly. The woman beside me tilted her head toward the pit. Because lonely people answer back. The ground beneath my boots shifted suddenly. Sand collapsed inward near the edge of the hole. And from the darkness below, something enormous moved upward toward the sound of my breathing. The first thing I saw was the bones sticking out of the sand. Not all at once. One by one, as the wind shifted across Briar Flats. I stood at the edge of the old settlement, staring at what used to be streets. Now everything was just rolling dunes, houses half swallowed, roofs tilted like broken teeth, doors buried up to their frames. And under it all, something white broke through the sand. A hand, then another. I didn't move for a long time, because my brain refused to accept what I was seeing. The police report said the town vanished during the drought. But that was a lie. Nothing vanished. They went down. I stepped forward slowly, boots sinking into hot sand. The air here felt different than the rest of Briar Flats. Drier, heavier, like the place was still thirsty even after everyone was gone. A rusted metal sign lay half buried near my feet. Briar Flats population, 312. Someone had scratched the number 312 over and over again beneath it. Deep grooves, angry marks. Like they didn't want to forget. Or couldn't stop remembering. I crouched near the exposed bones. They weren't scattered. They were arranged. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Skulls lined up in a curved pattern under the sand. almost like they had been placed there carefully, not buried in panic, not killed and left. No, they had been put there on purpose. My throat tightened. I pulled out my notebook, hands shaking slightly. "Why would people bury themselves like this?" I whispered. The wind answered by dragging sand across my face. I wiped my eyes and kept digging carefully with my fingers. The bones didn't end where I expected. They went deeper, layer after layer, like the ground was full of them. A sudden thought hit me then, sharp and uncomfortable. This wasn't a graveyard. It was a direction. Something was underneath all of this, and they were going toward it. I stood up fast, heart already starting to climb. That's when I noticed the tracks. Not footprints, drag marks, leading between the buried houses, all pointing toward the center of town. Something had moved through here, something large enough to disturb the sand in wide sweeping lines. I followed them without thinking. Each step felt heavier than the last. The silence around Briar Flats wasn't natural. Even the wind felt muted here, like it didn't want to speak too loudly. The first house I passed was missing its roof completely. Inside, I saw furniture still standing. A table set for dinner, plates covered in dust, and chairs pushed back like people had stood up suddenly and never returned. But there were no signs of struggle, no chaos, just absence. I moved to the next house. Same thing. And the next. Same again. Then I saw something that made me stop completely. A mirror inside one of the houses. Still intact. Still clean somehow. And written across it in dried, cracked dust. "We were thirsty first." My chest tightened. I stepped closer slowly. My reflection stared back at me. But for a moment, I wasn't alone in it. Behind me, just for a second, I saw shapes moving under the sand outside. I turned instantly. Nothing there. Only wind-shifting dunes. But my breathing had changed. Faster now. Uneven. I forced myself forward again, following the drag marks deeper into the settlement. The ground slowly dipped downward as I walked, like the town was sinking into something instead of being built on top of it. Then I saw the well, or what was left of it. A wide circular opening in the ground, partially collapsed, old stone lining cracked and sunken. A rope still hung from a rusted pulley system, swaying gently in the wind even though there was no wind strong enough to move it. I approached slowly. The drag marks ended right at its edge. I looked down. Darkness. Not empty darkness. Heavy darkness. Like it had weight. Something down there reflected no light at all. Then I heard it. A sound rising from the well. Not water. Not wind. Voices. Low, muffled, speaking in broken fragments. I leaned closer without meaning to. Still dry up here. We can breathe under it. It promised water. My body went cold instantly. I stepped back fast. The notebook slipped from my hand and landed in the sand. And for the first time since I arrived, I realized something terrifying. The entire town wasn't empty. It was listening. A faint scraping sound came from beneath my feet. Then another. Then several. All around the well. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the opening. The voices changed. They grew clearer. Closer. Someone new. Above the sand. Bring them down gently. My pulse hammered so hard I could hear it in my ears. Then something rose inside the well. Not fully. Just enough to break the darkness. A shape. Human at first glance. But wrong in the way it moved. Too slow, too patient. like it had learned movement underground and was still adjusting to air. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. The shape stopped just below the edge. And then it spoke. Not loudly, not aggressively, just calmly. We did not vanish. My breath caught. The voice continued. We chose the sand. I shook my head slightly, trying to understand. Why, I whispered. The thing in the well tilted its head. And for a moment, I saw its face properly. Not eyes. Just smooth, pale surface where features should have been. Like something unfinished. Like a human remembered incorrectly. Then it said something that stayed with me longer than anything else in Briar Flats. Because thirst is louder than fear. The sand around the well suddenly shifted. Not like wind. Like breathing. A slow expansion outward. I stepped back fast, realizing the truth too late. The entire town wasn't buried. It was alive beneath the sand. Waiting. Learning. The voices rose again from below, no longer whispering. Now calling. Not just words. Names. I've heard mine. Clear. Right under my feet. I froze completely. The sand beneath me sank slightly, as if acknowledging my presence. The thing in the well spoke one last time. You are already part of the drought now. Something beneath Briar Flats moved closer. Not rising. Not breaking through. Just pressing upward, slowly, confidently, like it had all the time in the world. And for the first time, I understood what the town had done. They didn't run from the drought. They answered it. The files shouldn't have been there. Not in this building. Not in this century. I found them at 12:47 a.m., when the hospital archive room should have been locked, sealed, and forgotten like everything else on this floor. The air smelled wrong the moment I stepped in, like wet paper left too long inside a coffin. The light above me flickered once, then stayed on. I told myself it was just old wiring. But then I saw the cabinet. It wasn't there yesterday. I'm sure of it. The label on it read, Admissions, 1980 to 1983. My stomach tightened. This hospital shut down in 1982. That's what we were always told during orientation. A fire, structural collapse, no survivors in the East Wing. So why were there files dated after the closure? I pulled the drawer open anyway. The metal groaned like it didn't want to. Inside were patient records, neatly stacked, too neat, like someone had been maintaining them. The top file had my name on it. I stopped breathing. For a second, I thought it was a joke, some internal prank from night staff, but my hands were already moving before my brain caught up. The folder was warm. Not room temperature. Warm, like it had been held. I opened it. My photo was inside. But it wasn't a recent photo. It was me from when I was a child. I don't remember ever being admitted here as a child. I should have. I would remember a hospital like this. Right. A faint sound came from the hallway behind me. Footsteps. Slow. Dragging. I shut the file too fast. The paper slipped slightly, revealing something written at the bottom in red ink. He came back. My mouth went dry. The footsteps stopped. Right outside the door. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Then the handle turned. Once. Slowly. Then stopped. Silence pressed against the walls like something breathing. And then nothing. The footsteps moved away again. I waited another full minute before I exhaled. That's when I noticed the second drawer was already open. I didn't open it. I swear I didn't. Inside were newer files, Recent dates: last week, yesterday, today. Each file had a patient name. Each patient was listed as discharged, unknown exit. But none of them had discharge signatures. Only one repeated phrase stamped across every page. RETRNED2 admissions. My hands started shaking because I recognized one of the names. It was my supervisor, Mr. Harlan Day, the man who gave me this night shift job, the man who told me never to enter the archive after midnight. A cold wave crawled up my spine. The room suddenly felt smaller, like the walls had shifted closer while I wasn't looking. I turned slowly toward the door. It was open now, just a crack, and something dark stood in it. Not fully visible, just a shape, waiting. I stepped back instinctively. My heel hit something metallic. Another file cabinet. This one wasn't labeled, but it was already open. And inside was a recording tape. Old cassette, still spinning. I don't know why I picked it up. I should have run, but something about the spinning tape felt like it was waiting for me specifically, like it knew I would come. I slid it into the old player sitting on the desk. The machine clicked. Loud, too loud for the silence around me. Then the audio started. A man's voice, breathing heavily, close to the microphone. "I'm still in admissions," he whispered. Pause. Heavy static. I tried to leave, but the hallway, it doesn't end. It loops back here every time. My skin prickled. The voice sounded familiar. Too familiar. Like someone I knew but couldn't place. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. "They told me the hospital closed in 1982. That's not true. It only closed for people outside." A long silence. Then the voice got closer. "I can hear you in there." My head snapped up. The door, still open. The shape was gone, but the air wasn't empty. It felt occupied, like something had just stepped inside while I wasn't looking. The tape hissed louder. Then the voice returned. "And now you've opened the 1983 drawer." The tape clicked. Stopped. The room went dead silent again, except for something new. A soft breathing. Right behind me. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because I realized something horrible in that moment. The files weren't records. They were counts, and I was the next entry. The lights flickered again. Longer this time. When they stabilized, the cabinet drawers were all open. Every single one. And every file inside now had the same photo. Mine. Different ages. Different moments. All me. But not all from this life. A cold hand brushed my shoulder. Lightly. Almost gently. Like someone checking if I was ready. I finally turned. No one was there. But the chair in front of me was pulled out now, as if inviting me to sit. And on it, a fresh file, still steaming warm. My name on it again. But this time, the date was different. Tomorrow. The archive room door slammed shut on its own. The sound echoed too long, too deep, like the building itself had swallowed it. I ran for the door, but the hallway outside wasn't the hallway I knew. It was longer, too long, stretching into darkness where it shouldn't. And at the far end, a sign flickered above a doorway. Admissions open. I stopped, because I understood something I didn't want to understand. The hospital didn't close in 1982. It just stopped letting people leave. and I had already been admitted. I just hadn't reached my room yet. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not dust, not decay, something worse, like old antiseptic mixed with wet skin that never fully dried. Ward C was supposed to be sealed. Officially, locked since the shutdown. No entry, no maintenance, no reason to go down there. But I was already inside the building, standing at the edge of the stairwell that led below. And I could hear it. A slow creak, then another, like beds shifting under invisible weight. I told myself it was wind, except there was no wind down there. Only a long, narrow stairwell that swallowed light halfway down. My flashlight flickered once, then stabilized. That was the first sign I should have turned back. Instead, I went down, one step at a time. Each step sounded too loud, too final. The deeper I went, the colder it got. Not normal cold, not air conditioning cold. This was the kind of cold that felt stored, like the building had been holding it for years and finally let it leak out. At the bottom, there was a metal door, paint peeling, a faded sign nailed above it. Ward C, do not enter. The words looked scratched, not written, scratched, like someone had used nails. From the inside, I stood there for a moment, listening. The creaking stopped. Total silence. That silence felt worse, because silence down here didn't feel empty. It felt aware. My hand touched the handle before I even decided. It was warm. That's the part that made my stomach twist. A sealed ward shouldn't have warmth. Not after all these years. The door opened with a long, wet groan, and the smell hit harder. Inside was darkness broken by faint emergency lights. Red, blinking slowly like a tired heartbeat. Rows of hospital beds stretched down the corridor. Too many, way more than the building should have held. Some were tilted, some were overturned, and some looked freshly made. I stopped breathing without realizing it, because I could see movement. Not fast, not obvious, small shifts under the sheets, like people adjusting in their sleep. But there were no patients. There couldn't be. I took one step inside. The moment my foot touched the floor, every bed creaked at once. Not randomly. Together, like they were reacting to me. I froze. The creaking stopped instantly. Then one of the monitors turned on. A soft beep. Flat line. Then another monitor lit up. Same thing. Flat line. Then another. The sound spread down the ward like a wave waking up. Beep. 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 I walked slowly forward, flashlight shaking in my hand now. Every bed had a curtain rail above it. But no curtains. Just empty hooks swinging slightly. As if something had been pulled away recently. Too recently. Then I saw the first patient. Or what was left of one. A figure under a sheet in bed 7. Completely still. Too still. I approached carefully. My throat dry, every instinct screaming not to. I lifted the sheet just a little. There was no body. Just a hollow outline. Like something had been lying there for a long time, but had finally stepped out of itself. The mattress sank slowly when I pressed it, then rose again, as if breathing. I pulled my hand back fast. A sound came from the far end of the ward. A metal tray falling, clattering slowly, like it didn't want to stop making noise. I turned the flashlight toward it. Nothing, just a long corridor of beds fading into red light. But the beds were closer now. I swear they were closer than before. I took another step, then stopped, because I heard it. A whisper, very close, not behind me, not in front, around me. Don't wake them. My skin tightened instantly. I spun around. Nothing there. But the beds closest to me were now occupied. Not visibly, but the sheets were raised, like something was sitting up inside them, watching me. I backed away slowly. The whisper came again. This ward never emptied. My flashlight flickered violently, and in that flicker, I saw movement in every bed at once. Not sitting up, not standing, just shifting, like something inside them was remembering how to exist. I ran, not proud of it, just instinct. My shoes hit the floor too loud, too fast. Behind me, the beeping changed rhythm. It wasn't random anymore. It was counting. 1, 2, 3, matching my steps. I reached the doorway, but it was no longer open. The metal door was shut. From the outside, I hadn't closed it. I know I hadn't. The handle turned on its own. Slowly, from the other side, and a voice came through the crack. Calm, almost tired. You came down. I stepped back, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The door opened just enough to reveal darkness behind it, and something standing in it. Not fully visible, just height, just presence. The voice continued. We kept the ward running after closure. We had to. They didn't finish leaving. I shook my head. No one is supposed to be here, I whispered. A pause, then something like a soft laugh. You think you are outside Ward C. The emergency lights flickered again, and for one terrifying second, I saw the beds behind me. They weren't empty anymore. They were full, every single one, and every patient was sitting up now, facing me, not moving, just watching, no blinking, no breathing I could see. The voice behind the door spoke again, quieter this time. They recognized you as soon as you entered. My chest tightened. That's impossible, I said. But even as I said it, I felt it. A memory I didn't fully have. White walls, cold hands, the sound of beds creaking above my head. Like I had been here before. Like I had never left. The lights died completely. Total darkness. But the beeping continued. Now directly around me. All directions. Every bed. Every machine. Every unseen patient. Counting me. In the dark, something brushed my wrist. Gentle. Almost checking a pulse. Then stopped. A new sound replaced it. Paper. Flipping. Somewhere close. A chart being updated. In the dark. And then I heard my name. Not whispered. Not distorted. Clearly spoken. Like someone reading it off a file. Patient returned to Ward C. The lights flashed once more. And in that flash, I saw the ward clearly. There were no empty beds. There never had been. And I was already lying in one of them. But when the light came back, I was standing again. Breathing. Alive. Or something close to it. The door finally opened fully behind me. The voice inside spoke one last time. Try not to sleep. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was waiting. And somewhere in the ward, a bed creaked open for me. The first thing I saw when I looked up was my name. Carved into the ceiling. Not painted. Not written. scratched deep into the concrete like someone had used bone instead of a tool. I froze. The room above Ward C wasn't supposed to exist. At least that's what I thought when I followed the stairwell up. I told myself I needed air. I needed distance. I needed anything that didn't feel like beds breathing in the dark behind me. But the stairwell didn't lead outside. It led here. A forgotten upper floor with no windows. No doors except the one I came through. And a ceiling that looked alive with writing. Thousands of names stretched across it, layered over each other. Some fresh, some faded, some so deep they looked like they were bleeding through the concrete itself. My flashlight shook as I raised it higher. The beam moved across the ceiling slowly, and the names kept going. No pattern, no order, just endless people who were never supposed to be here. I tried to breathe slowly, told myself it was some old hospital record system, some maintenance marking, something logical. But then I saw something that broke that thought completely. Discharge dates, scratched beside the names, except none of them had discharge years. Only times, always the same time, 3:33 a.m. Over and over, like the building only knew 1 hour for endings. My chest tightened, because I knew what Ward C felt like at 3:33 a.m. It felt like something waking up. A soft sound came from behind me. I turned fast. Nothing, just the stairwell, dark still, waiting. But when I looked back up, a new name had appeared. Fresh, still dusty around the edges like it had just been carved. Mine. I stepped backward instinctively. My heel hit something hard. A ladder. I hadn't seen it before. It was bolted into the floor, leading straight up into the ceiling darkness. No hatch. No visible opening. Just disappearance above. The ladder was vibrating slightly, like something at the top was breathing through it. I shouldn't have climbed it, but I did. Each rung felt colder than the last, metal turning into something closer to wet stone. Halfway up I heard whispers, not from above, from the ceiling itself. Soft, layered, like hundreds of voices speaking through a single throat. I stopped climbing, listened. The voices weren't random. They were repeating names. My name included. Again and again. Like a ritual. Like memory refusing to forget. Then one voice broke through the pattern. Clearer than the rest. You were never discharged. My grip tightened. The ladder shook slightly. I looked up and saw the underside of the ceiling up close now. The carvings weren't just names. They were arranged like patient files. Like the ceiling itself was an archive. And the names weren't scratched into it. They were escaping from it. Slowly, like something pushing through from the other side. A cold wind passed behind me. Impossible in an enclosed space. But I felt it clearly. It carried the smell of antiseptic again. And something worse underneath it. Rot that had been washed too many times. A memory flickered in my head that wasn't mine. A white hallway. A man standing at the end of it, writing something on a clipboard without looking up. And then looking directly at me. I blinked hard. The memory vanished. But the whispers grew louder. Now they weren't just speaking names. They were describing exits. Not found. Returned. Not completed. Still inside. I climbed higher. Faster now. Something inside me wanted distance from the voices. But the ceiling seemed to lower as I went up, until my head brushed against it. And stopped. I was close enough now to see something terrifying. The names weren't carved randomly. They were arranged in clusters. Groups. Like wards. Like rooms. Like categories. Ward C was there. I saw it written in a corner section. Every name inside it was familiar. Every patient I had seen in that ward. Every bed I had walked past. And all of them ended the same way. Still present. A faint tapping sound came from above the ceiling. Like fingernails. Slow. Testing. I pressed my palm against the concrete. It felt warm. Not just warm. Alive. The tapping responded, matching my hand, then stopping completely, like something on the other side had noticed me noticing it. A voice whispered directly above my head, close enough that I felt it in my bones. "You're reading the wrong side." The ladder shifted slightly. I almost fell, but my grip held. My flashlight flickered again, and in that flicker, I saw something impossible through the cracks of the ceiling. A room. Lit. Clean. White beds lined perfectly. Patients lying down. All of them staring upward. Directly at me. Not blinking. Not moving. Just waiting. I pulled my hand away from the ceiling instantly. But the image stayed burned into my mind. Because I recognized something in that room. The archive cabinet. The same one from before. Except now it was inside the ceiling. Like the building had folded itself inward. The voices shifted again. Now softer. More focused. "You came up to leave Ward C." A pause. Then, "But Ward C is above you too." My stomach dropped. Because I understood the shape of it now. The building wasn't stacked floor by floor. It was layered wrong. Inside out. The ceiling wasn't above me. It was another ward. Another archive. Another admission level I had never seen. A sudden pressure pressed against my shoulder. Light. Almost familiar. Like someone checking if I was still aware. I turned slightly. Nothing there. But the ladder was no longer behind me. It had been absorbed into the ceiling. Gone. Like it had never existed. I was standing on nothing now. Suspended between floor and ceiling. Between two versions of the same place. The names above me began to move. Not physically, but like ink bleeding. Shifting positions, rewriting themselves, and mine expanded, letters growing deeper, wider, as if becoming permanent. I felt my heart beat slow for a moment. Not calm, not peace, recognition, like something inside me was adjusting to belonging here. A soft voice came again, gentle now. Closer than before. "You've been part of the ceiling longer than you've been on the floor." I shook my head violently. "No, I just came here tonight." Silence. Then a faint laugh. Not mocking. Sad. "You always say that at first." The ceiling cracked slightly. A thin line forming above my name. Like something trying to break through from the other side. I felt pressure in my ears now, like deep underwater silence. And for a moment, I heard something new beneath everything else. Footsteps. Down below. In Ward C. Walking again. Returning to movement. As if my absence up here had triggered something below. The voices aligned one final time. All names speaking together now. Not whispering anymore. Declaring, "You are not missing. You are not discharged. You are not new." A pause. The ceiling trembled slightly. And then the final truth pressed into my thoughts like a stamped file. You are relocated. The crack above my name widened. Light poured through it. But it wasn't light from above. It was from the other side. A ward I still couldn't see fully. But something there was leaning closer, waiting for me to fall upward instead of down. My body felt weightless for a second, like gravity was confused. And in that moment between falling and staying, I saw all the names at once. Not carved, not written, but breathing. And mine was no longer the newest one. The boat shouldn't have been there. That's the first thing I noticed. No name painted on the side, no registration marks, just old wood soaked so deep in salt water it looked almost black. And the fisherman wouldn't look at me. Not once. He kept his eyes on the water like it owed him money, or like it might rise and ask for it back. You're sure about this? I asked again. My voice sounded too loud over the waves. He didn't answer right away, just spat into the sea and adjusted the rope around the engine like it was something fragile, something alive. Then he finally said it. People don't come back from that island. Simple calm, like he was talking about weather. I should have turned back right there, but the island was already visible through the fog. Or at least something like an island. A low, dark shape sitting in the water where nothing should be. It didn't look real. It looked placed, like someone had dropped it there and forgotten it. I checked my notes again. No official maps showed it. Not even old ones. That's what made it worse. Because something that doesn't appear on maps usually doesn't exist for a reason. The boat moved slower as we got closer. The engine sound started to stutter, like it didn't want to go further. I leaned forward. Why isn't it on any chart? I asked. The fisherman finally looked at me then. Just for a second. His eyes were tired in a way I didn't understand. Then he said something I didn't forget. Because it moves. A cold feeling slid down my spine. That doesn't make sense, I said. He laughed once. No humor in it. Neither does the water under it. And then he shut the engine off. The sudden silence felt wrong. The sea kept moving, but the boat didn't. Like we had stopped inside a different version of time. The island loomed closer now. Too close. Closer than it should have been from where we were. I checked my compass. The needle was spinning. Not slowly. Not normally. Like it was scared. That's when I noticed something else. The waves around us weren't moving toward shore. They were moving inward. Toward the island. Like everything in the water was being pulled into it. I swallowed hard. We're not docking, are we? I asked. The fisherman shook his head. No. He paused, then added quieter. You're getting off. My stomach tightened. What about you? He didn't answer, just reached under the seat and pulled out an old metal chain. He wrapped it around his wrist, then around the boat's railing. I didn't understand until I saw his hand shaking. Not from cold, from something else. Fear that had been there too long to leave. The boat drifted closer on its own now. No engine, no control, just water deciding where we went. The island's shoreline came into focus. Rocky, dark, too smooth in places, like stone that had been rubbed for years by something heavier than waves. And there was no sound from it. No birds, no wind, no life, only the water breathing around it. We hit the shore with a soft bump. No impact, just arrival. The fisherman didn't move. You go alone, he said. I frowned. That wasn't the deal. He finally looked at me fully this time. And I saw it. Not fear exactly. Something deeper. Acceptance. Like he had done this before in his mind too many times. I don't go past the waterline, he said. I stared at him. Why? He looked down at his chain. It remembers people who step on it. That didn't make sense. Nothing about this made sense anymore. But I stepped off anyway, because something about the island was already pulling at me. Not physically, mentally, like a thought you can't stop thinking. The moment my boots touched the wet black sand, the temperature dropped. Instantly, like the island had been waiting for contact. The boat behind me creaked. I turned once. The fisherman was already pushing off. Fast. Too fast. Like he was escaping something he hadn't seen yet. Hey, I called out. He didn't respond. Just kept rowing back into the fog. And then I realized something horrible. He wasn't rowing away from the island. He was rowing away from me. I stood alone on the shore. The water behind me didn't behave like normal water anymore. It didn't retreat. It didn't crash. It hovered, like it was unsure whether I still belonged outside of it. The island stretched inland slowly. No trees near the shore. Only broken rock and sand that looked too dark for daylight. I started walking. Each step felt heavier than the last, like the ground was slowly remembering my weight. Then I heard it. A sound under my feet. Not waves. Not wind. Something deeper. Like distant knocking. Coming from below the sand. I stopped immediately. The sound stopped too. I knelt down slowly. Pressed my hand into the ground. Cold. Wrong cold. And for a second, I swear I felt something move under it. Not like an animal. Like a response. I pulled my hand back fast. And that's when I saw footprints ahead of me. Fresh. Heading inland. But I was alone. I checked behind me. Nothing but shoreline and fog. I followed the footprints anyway, because fear wasn't stopping me anymore. Curiosity was. The deeper I went, the more the island changed. The rocks became smoother. The sand became almost glass-like in places. And the air started to hum, barely audible, like a voice trying to form words it couldn't remember. Then I saw the first structure. Half buried. Wooden. Old. Like a dock that had sunk into land instead of water. And carved into one of the beams names. Hundreds of them. Scratched so deep they looked permanent. Some were crossed out. Some repeated. One of them stopped me completely. Mine. Same spelling. Same handwriting style. But older than anything I remembered writing. A chill spread through my chest. Because I had never been here before. At least I didn't think I had. The humming grew louder. And now it wasn't just sound. It was structure. Like the island itself was speaking in vibrations. Then the sand beside me shifted. Slowly. Like something was trying to rise without disturbing the surface. I stepped back instantly. The movement stopped. Silence returned. But now it felt focused on me. I backed away from the dock. And that's when I noticed something worse. The footprints I had been following were now turning around. Facing me. Fresh. As if whoever made them had stopped walking. And was now standing behind me. I didn't turn. Not immediately. Because I already knew what I would see. And I wasn't ready to confirm it. A voice came from behind me anyway. Soft. Close. You came from the water. My throat tightened. Slowly I turned, but there was no one there. Only the footprints, now standing still, right where I was, like the island had just finished copying me, and hadn't decided what to do with the original yet. The boat didn't even reach the shore properly. It stopped like the water itself refused to go any closer. The fisherman wouldn't look at me when he spoke. "I've done my part, that's as far as I go." His voice was tight, not angry, not scared, just finished. I stared at the island ahead, close enough to see the trees, far enough to feel wrong. The forest looked too still, like a picture someone forgot to animate. "There's nothing on the maps," I said. He finally glanced at me, just for a second. "That's because it doesn't stay on them." A cold feeling slid through my chest. Before I could ask what that meant, he pushed the boat away from me like he wanted distance between him and the air I was breathing. The water between us widened slowly, too slowly. I stepped onto the shore anyway. The moment my boots touched the sand, the sound of the world changed. Or maybe it disappeared. No waves, no wind, no birds. Even my own breathing felt loud in my head. I turned back. The fisherman was already moving away, cutting through the water like he was escaping something that might notice him if he stayed too long. I shouted, "How do I get back?" He didn't answer. Not because he didn't hear me, but because he refused to. And then he was gone behind the fog line. Just me, and the island that didn't want me here. I waited for a sound, any sound. Nothing came. Even the water behind me felt like it had frozen its voice. I walked forward anyway. The forest line stood only a few dozen meters away, but it felt farther, like distance here didn't care about numbers. The sand under my boots was soft, too soft, like it had been walked on for a very long time and never settled again. Each step sank slightly deeper than the last. And the deeper I went, the quieter it became. That was when I noticed something strange. My footsteps weren't echoing, not even a soft crunch. It was like the island was swallowing sound before it could exist. I stopped. I lifted my boot and dropped a small stone. No sound, just impact, mute impact. My throat tightened. I whispered, "Okay, that's not normal." Even my whisper felt wrong, like the air didn't carry it forward, it just held it against me. I looked toward the forest again. Something flickered between the trees. Just for a second. I froze. It didn't move again. I stared until my eyes burned, but the space stayed still. Only trees, only shadow. I told myself it was light, or fatigue, or fear messing with my head. But my body didn't believe me, because my body was already leaning backward, trying to leave before I made a decision. I forced myself forward. The moment I crossed into the forest line, the temperature dropped. Not a breeze, not gradual, just a clean cut of cold, like someone had opened a door inside winter and forgotten to close it. The trees were tall but thin. Their bark looked scraped in places, like something had dragged itself along them for years. And still, no sound, no rustle of leaves, no insects, not even the crunch of dry branches under my boots. Only silence so thick it felt physical. I started counting my steps without meaning to, a habit, a way to stay grounded. 10 steps in, I realized something. The silence wasn't empty. It was waiting. That thought hit me so hard, I actually stopped walking again. I turned my head slowly, scanning the forest behind me. And that's when I saw the first stone marker. It wasn't natural. A tall slab, half buried in the roots of a tree. Smooth, too smooth. Like it had been carved, and then worn down by hands that never stopped touching it. I walked closer. There were marks on it. Not writing I understood, but symbols, repeated patterns, deep grooves carved with obsessive precision. And at the base, something darker. Not moss, not dirt, stains, old ones, layered, like time had been bleeding here for a long time. I stepped back, and that's when I saw another marker. Then another, then more. They weren't random. They formed a path, a trail going deeper into the forest. I didn't remember deciding to follow it, but my feet started anyway. Every marker was slightly different, but all shared the same feeling. Like they were not placed, like they were left behind on purpose. I stopped beside one and touched it. The moment my fingers made contact, a pressure pushed into my ears. Not sound, something trying to become sound. A vibration without noise. My hand pulled back instinctively. And then, a memory flashed. Not mine. A voice I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. Don't let it hear you think. I stumbled backward so fast I nearly fell. My heart started pounding. Hard, too loud in my chest. I looked around wildly. No one. Nothing. Only trees. Only silence. But now I understood something worse. The silence wasn't absence. It was control. Something here was deciding what could exist. I started walking faster. The markers didn't stop. They multiplied. Every few meters now. Like the forest was becoming more deliberate the deeper I went. Then I saw something that made my stomach tighten completely. A marker with fresh scratches. Recent. The grooves were still sharp. Not weathered. Not old. Someone had been here recently. Very recently. I leaned closer and saw something else carved beside the symbols. A number, then another, then a name. Half finished, like whoever carved it stopped mid-sentence. My breath caught, because I recognized the style. It looked like hospital record writing. Neat, clinical, repeated structure. My mind jumped back to why I was even here. The files I had read, the patterns, the disappearances. People who were never found. And now this island was counting them. My stomach twisted. A new sound almost formed in my ears. Almost, but didn't. Instead, I felt it. A low-pressure shift. Like something had moved far away, and the island noticed. I froze. The forest didn't move. But I felt watched. Not from above. Not from behind. From between things. I slowly turned my head. Nothing. Still nothing. But the silence had changed again. It wasn't just waiting anymore. It was focusing. On me. I took a step back. Then another. And that's when I saw it. A stone marker directly in front of me. One I had passed already. But now it had changed. New grooves. Fresh. And one simple addition carved into the surface. A shape that looked like an eye. Except the eye was turned inward. Facing the forest. Not me. My throat went dry. Because I realized something I didn't want to understand. The markers weren't guiding me through the forest. They were mapping something else. Something inside it. Something beneath it. A structure I couldn't see. A system I wasn't supposed to notice. And I had already walked too far into it. A soft pressure brushed against my mind again. Not words this time. Just awareness. Like something far away had just become aware of my existence. The forest didn't get louder. It got closer. The trees felt tighter, the space narrower, the silence heavier. I backed away slowly, forcing my feet to move without breaking into panic. But then I heard it. Not with my ears, with my thoughts. A single interruption in my mind. A sensation like someone gently turning a page that had my name on it. And in that instant, I understood the worst part. The island didn't need sound, because it wasn't listening with ears. It was listening with everything else. And I had just been noticed. Behind me, deeper in the forest, one of the stone markers shifted slightly. Just a fraction, like it had finally decided to point somewhere new. Toward me, and further in, both at the same time. I didn't know which direction to run. And for the first time since stepping off the boat, I realized the silence wasn't empty at all. It was full, and it was learning my shape. I shouldn't have answered. That's the first thought that came when I heard my own voice outside the cabin door. Not similar, not almost, exact. Same tone, same breath, same hesitation at the end, like I was unsure if I even belonged to myself. Let me in. It came again. Soft, close, right outside the wood. I froze mid-step, hand still hovering near the lantern. The flame inside it flickered once, like it had heard something it didn't like. My throat went dry, because I hadn't spoken. Not once since I came back from the forest. The silence inside the cabin felt different now. Not safe, not quiet. Just waiting. Another knock came, light, careful. Like whoever was outside didn't want to scare me. Like it already knew I was scared. Please, my voice said again. It's cold out here. I backed away slowly, my boots scraping the wooden floor. My mind tried to catch up with itself. This wasn't possible. Sound can't copy perfectly like that, especially not here, especially not this place where even footsteps disappear. But the voice didn't just copy me. It understood me. Outside, the wind didn't move. Even the trees I could see through the cracked window stood completely still. No rustle, no life, just that voice. Waiting. I whispered without meaning to, "Who is there?" And immediately regretted it, because the voice answered instantly. "I am you." My chest tightened so hard I almost dropped the lantern. A slow pressure crawled up my spine. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like something inside me had just been pointed at and said, "That part belongs to me now." I stepped back until my shoulder hit the wall. The cabin suddenly felt smaller. The silence thicker. And the door too thin. Outside, the voice sighed. Not annoyed. Not angry. Just tired. Like it had been standing there for a long time already. "You left me," it said gently, "in the forest." My mind flashed back to the stone markers. The silence that wasn't empty. The feeling of being watched without sound. My fingers trembled. "No," I whispered. "I didn't leave anything there." A pause. Too perfect. Then the voice replied, softer now. "That's what you think." A cold ripple moved through the cabin air. The lantern flame bent, sideways even though there was no wind. And for the first time, I noticed something else. My shadow on the wall wasn't moving correctly. It lagged behind me. Just slightly. Like it was thinking slower than I was. My breath caught. I lifted my hand. The shadow followed, but not in sync. It moved half a second late. Like it didn't fully belong to me anymore. Outside, the voice spoke again, closer now. "So you can see it too." I snapped my head toward the door. "No," I said firmer this time. "You're not me." A soft chuckle came from outside. and it sounded exactly like me laughing when I try not to admit something. "That's funny," it said, "because I remember being you." The words hit harder than they should have. My thoughts started breaking into pieces. I tried to remember the moment I came back from the forest, the exact path, the exact steps, but something felt missing, like a page had been torn out of my memory and carefully replaced with silence. Outside, footsteps began circling the cabin. Slow, measuring, not random, testing the shape of the walls. I turned toward the window. Nothing, but I could still hear the footsteps, moving where I couldn't see, then stopping right outside the door again. My grip tightened around the lantern handle until it hurt. "Stop," I said, but my voice cracked. The voice outside softened. "I can't," it said, "not anymore." A pause, longer this time. Then it added, "You already let me in once." My stomach dropped. I shook my head fast. "No, I didn't." But even as I said it, something inside me hesitated. Like part of me wasn't fully sure anymore. The lantern flame flickered again, and this time the cabin light dimmed slightly with it. Outside, the voice sighed again. Sad now, almost disappointed. "You don't remember the moment it happened, do you?" My mouth went dry. My heartbeat grew louder. Because I didn't. I really didn't. And that terrified me more than anything else. A sudden sound came from the floorboards. Not outside. Inside. I froze. Slowly I looked down. The wood beneath my feet had started to darken in one spot, like something was pressing up from below, not breaking through, just waiting under the surface. The voice outside whispered, almost tenderly, "You brought me back with you." My hands started shaking harder. I backed away from the center of the cabin. "No," I said again, but it sounded weaker now. I was alone in the forest. A soft, almost amused exhale came from the door. "You were never alone." The floor creaked. Once, from beneath. Then again. Closer. My mind snapped between panic and disbelief. Something was under the cabin, or inside it. Or maybe something was inside me and just spreading outward. The lantern flame suddenly surged brighter, then dimmed instantly, like it couldn't decide who it belonged to. And that's when the voice changed. Not in tone, in location. It wasn't just outside anymore. It was everywhere at once. Inside the walls, inside the floor, inside the air I was breathing, and still at the door, all at the same time. "Let me in," it said again. But now it didn't sound like a request. It sounded like completion. My legs felt weak. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to stay upright. "What are you?" I whispered. A pause. Then the answer came. Soft, patient, like it had been waiting for me to ask that exact question. "I am what the silence kept." The lantern flickered violently. The shadow on the wall detached slightly again, this time more clearly. It wasn't just lagging. It was peeling, like it was trying to separate itself from me, without breaking the connection completely. Outside, the voice spoke again, quieter. "Open the door." My hand moved without permission. Not fully, just slightly toward the latch. I stopped it mid-motion, forcing my fingers to curl into a fist. "No," I said, but my voice shook now. A soft sigh came from everywhere. Disappointed again, but not surprised, like it already knew I would resist. The floor beneath me creaked louder, and I realized something worse. The creaking wasn't random. It was forming rhythm. like footsteps, walking upward, from underneath. My breath stopped. The voice outside whispered one last thing, so close it felt like it touched my ear directly through the wood. "You don't need the door anymore." A long silence followed. Then the lantern flame went out completely. Darkness filled the cabin instantly. But I wasn't alone in it, because in that blackness, something breathed exactly like me. And it was getting used to my body.